last we left off, the Keepers of Eight, along with Jadun, longtime friend and lover of one of them. It's a mystery.
Who knows? I'll never know.
We're in the Ivory Drift, a marketplace city built off the old exploits of a group of adventurers that has since been a place of incredible growth. Lots of people come from all over, especially for their magic wares and their just collection of interesting and rare items. You would travel there for some shopping, but also for some sort of relaxation, a little bit of research. You had decided to spend the time in Arlem's home, the late brother of Elenia. I want to say Avelio so bad there. I don't know why. After a bit of that, some exchanging of ideas, places to go, some speculation, Evelios heard, with his ridiculous passive perception of like 58.
Pretty close.
He heard a familiar phrase, a phrase he had heard once before, due to his ability to tap into the dark history of certain locations or items. He heard familiar words from a timeline since gone. He heard, "You have been chosen." And the bronze-masked individual that had been battled once before in the by the Golgari out east had come back to the Western Market City for the first time. That's a weird way to say that. You tried your best. You fought. You failed. And two individuals were taken in that fight. Egnir, the Akron of the Golgari, taken at the end. Jerdun, member of the Keepers, taken shortly before. You don't know where to. You didn't have time to follow, as the entire city of Ivory Drift was sent to its end yet again, although this time you were here to at least attempt. You escaped to the Hartnell, teleported to Skypoint, or to Brown Cedar Hold, rather. I believe you went to Skypoint and then Brown Cedar Hold, if I recall correctly. But where you spent an evening back in Brown Cedar Hold, asking for Icilius's help. You went to sleep. You awoke on his lakefront cabin. A knock at the door from a semi-familiar chameleon humanoid individual. So we start the session right after that happened.
Who answered the door? It was Professor, right?
It was me. So after that, I'll let Cobby in. Yeah, I guess people were probably on the Hartnell, so I guess I'll just wait for people to get up and, hang out in the control room until then.
Okay. You do. People sort of wake up in their own time. Icilius is in his house, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna be up early and just like kind of spending a little bit of time outside by the lake with Aurora before we head out.
Okay.
I'll wake up, get some food, go out, shoot for a little bit, and I'll come back in. Just
Okay.
make sure I'm warmed up.
Okay. The aches from the day before are slowly fading, as at this point you guys can have access to ridiculous healing. Lysilis, what are you doing?
Is Julia up when I wake up?
Sure.
So I slept on it, like you said, and I think it's probably best if you stay behind.
Okay.
They're going to be expecting us this time. And I think just too dangerous.
All right. A small team. This sounds like a sort of snatch and grab situation. We've been a part of a couple of those.
Yeah, maybe smash and grab by the
Little
look on
smash and
his
grab.
face.
Well, I've been out of the I guess the job. Been off the job for a long time, so
Yeah.
be safe.
Yeah, you too. You'll have plenty of time to find a nice gray stick, though. That's a plus.
A gray stick?
Yeah, you said you were going to find a gray stick. Call it Isilius.
It'll be like a gnarled
Exactly.
old man branch. Maybe I'll just make you a walking stick. Alright.
Probably use one of those soon.
Slaps your ass and kisses your forehead.
We'll be back.
Okay. So you grab your shit. You head out towards the Hartnell. Okay.
Whenever I see Isilius wake up and head towards the Hartnell, I'm gonna make my way back in as well.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Same.
Are you just missing the mount, or
No, I'll just have her walk. I mean,
She
I'm assuming
cannot
she
fit
can
through
fit
the
through the
door.
door. She can't?
she's a large creature?
That's true. Shit. Yeah, I'll just dismiss her.
Okay.
For now, and then summon her once we get back
We
to
shouldn't have like fucking antlers and shit. Maybe.
Yeah, she's got a big ass.
Yeah.
That's true.
When you walk in, all of you individually eventually experience Kabi. He is a very fit, very serious-looking chameleon humanoid. He wears sort of this. It starts out as scale at the bottom, and as it works up, it turns into a series of overlapping leathers. On your sheet, I didn't write it down, but he does have resistance to poison damage.
Oh,
And
okay.
immunity to the poison condition because of that armor. I didn't want to load up that stat block with a whole bunch of other shit, though. But I should have... Unless I put that. Did I put that resistance there?
No,
didn't.
it's not.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking of another one of his abilities. He carries a nice dark wood bow with sort of these emerald inlays into it and nice green leather grips. And then on either hip you see a sai, the weapons that Raphael uses in the Ninja Turtles. That's the only way to describe them. They're pokey stabs.
Like
And
Electra, but not a lot of people get that reference.
Electra?
Yeah.
People know who Electra is. She was
People-
in Daredevil.
We are ripping Jennifer Garner out of our collective consciousness. Okay. 2020's been bad enough. You know, I didn't invoke Garner. Ugh. So, sorry, Jennifer, if you're watching.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure she's a big fan.
She might be. She left Ben. She's free to follow her desires now, which include watching us play D&D. Shut up. So, he nods and stands there as you walk in.
I assume you're here on behalf of Numai?
Yes, I am here on behalf of Numai.
So this is our team?
Yeah.
I am an expert at infiltration and destroying aberrant forms.
Are we gonna end up in the same place that we were last time, or?
I don't think we should expect.
The same place as last time. You have been to a place?
We've kind of gone through this once before with him. And I point to Isilius.
How did you get there?
Big portal.
Okay.
Professor?
Oh, do you want me to explain it more than big portal? We were in this box, and then the box got pushed through the portal, and then now I believe because we can travel there with the heart null, as opposed to the portal, right?
Travel where?
Oh, you don't
The
even know.
astral
Oh, astral plane.
Somewhere in the astral plane is where our quarry lies?
Yeah.
In a
Probably
random location?
If it's similar to last time, it would probably make sense to look in the same area because they were being held in some towers on the astral plane where they were being tortured.
How did we zone in on Isilius last time, though?
I thought you tracked onto me because I was able to send Professor a message.
Yeah.
So we should do that with Agnir Jordan.
They haven't been able to send us a message, although I could do sending, but that's not going to give me any information on their location.
No, but if they can send something back and you can lock on to them.
I think that was specifically because Isilius was able to, and I can even just ask Isilius. Isilius is here. You gained access to some device that the Illithid had.
Yeah, some sort of communicator.
Yeah. So unless they are in the exact same situation, I don't think we'd be able to do that.
Is there any way that the Heartnell could find somebody?
Don't any of you have scrying?
I have locate person.
Yeah, I have scrying actually. I don't know if I have the material stuff for it. Hold on.
I have locate object. But it works the same way. It is a limited space. They'd have to be within a mile.
Yeah, I have
Or
locate creature.
part of a mile, fifth.
How far does locate creature go?
Probably 1,000 feet, like locate object.
Yeah, 1,000 feet. So we have to get in the area first.
In order to do scrying, we need a focus worth 1,000 GP. But we did have that communicator that Sig gave us that we used to contact the monitor. I don't know if another person has to like pick that up like a phone though. Though we could try.
You've used scrying through the Heartnell before.
Okay.
Because it doesn't eat the...
Right. Okay. I didn't know if the Heartnell applied as the like 1,000 GP. I mean, obviously it'd be worth more than that, but like as a focus, it's okay.
Well, yeah,
so yeah.
You use it as a focus for teleport. And for
That's true.
For other things, like it's able to, depending on what it is, you can...
Okay. So yeah, I can try that.
Damn. What do you
Are
want
we
to scry
assuming
on?
they're going to be together, or are we going to try to scry on both of them?
Well, I'll do one and see if I can, because it gave us when you're able to see sort of the general, And if they're like conscious, then I'll be able to ask them questions. I think. Wait, can you
No.
communicate via scrying, or was that was specifically the SIG thing that he had?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there was a situation like the monitor was able to understand due to a process you don't know. Was able to he saved on the scry, and then was looking at it and sending you messages while looking at the scry, as if he was communicating through the scry, but it wasn't that.
Okay, yeah, okay, I know what you're saying.
But he allowed the scry to occur. That's basically what it was.
Sure. Okay.
I also have this.
Trailed off there.
I have the spell from what Sig gave me, contingency. So
Do you know
trying
how?
to
Do you
find
understand how that
something.
works?
Yeah, basically you prep something to go off under a certain condition.
Correct. And that
And it
would
lasts for 10 days.
right, that would roll over. So if today you spend the slot, tomorrow you regain the slot, but contingency is still charged. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's better to do it more than one day before a thing, but either way, it's a free spell occurrence, which is fun. So, let me look up scrying. Okay, so
It gives you like a modifier, but if the target
Yeah.
knows you're trying to, yeah.
uh, yeah. Okay.
Does Fire Shield just stay up for the entire duration? And every time you get hit?
Fire shield, duration 10 minutes. Yeah.
It doesn't get dispelled when it gets hit. Okay.
Whenever a creature, yeah, it doesn't. No. It's a really good. It's a really good spell. I'm surprised it's not concentration, but that's what it says. It's in the PHB too. It's not even like an extended.
Yeah. There's that or Aura of Purity. But I feel like I'd like to be able to choose to activate that.
Well, you can. The contingency is contingent upon the words you use. So. Anyway, while you think about that, who are you trying to scry on?
You're done.
Okay. Well, I need a wisdom saving throw from Drudun. Do you have a connection?
I rolled a nat 20.
Do you have a connection?
I have a ring that's linked to a ring that he has. They were magically... What do you mean?
The examples are a likeness or a picture, possession or garment or a body part, lock of hair, bit of nail, something like that.
I mean, we have like clothes and stuff like that at the house.
Sure, that would
Is
work.
it-
It'd
yeah.
add a -4 to the save modifier. So
We just have to go to Skypoint and go to our home.
No, you wouldn't. There's probably something in your actual room.
Oh, then I'll look around and see if I can find like
Okay,
a
you
shirt or
find
just
something.
something he's left behind. Okay.
All I had to do is bring it up. So, subtract 9 from whatever his save is.
Okay.
It's a wisdom
So
saving throw. Because you're familiar with him and you have a possession or a garment.
subtract 9, so 11.
No, not from you.
Oh,
it's.
I thought
he
it had to
rolled
breach. Okay, I understand.
He rolled a 26. So
Minus 9.
-9. Yes.
15.
I'm bad at math. 15.
Easy. This is easy stuff.
You don't have to be
Easy,
patronizing.
easy math. Quick maths. Does he save?
Would you say 26 minus 9 was?
26 minus 9er?
17.
17. Quick maths.
He was being
It's like
patronizing
15,
and he
wait.
didn't even get it right. Thanks.
Does he save?
With a 17, Hannah?
I'm assuming he does not.
My spell save DC is 20.
Okay, so he fails. Okay. This is a weird scry. Okay. So, as you sit there, locking onto these screens in the console room, casting the spell, trying to lock onto the target, your vision almost goes to like this little singularity off in the distance. You're floating into blackness. And is that the right one? Is that the right one? Sure. Your vision slowly zooms in on this small circle of vision as you sort of descend from above down toward it, and you're looking around. You can see you can't see Jordan. What you do see is this sort of roll perception check. It's a little confusing. So.
Ooh. I'm gonna use a luck point. Better. 16?
Okay. You look down and you see at first it looks metallic because your vision, it's hard to deal with. You kind of have omnipresent vision 10 feet in every direction. Almost like a panorama. And you lock in on this sheet of silver. But it's fabric, like a blanket. It's covering the whole thing. Jordan must be under there. There's a humanoid shape underneath the blanket. It's on some sort of slab. And at first you're like, oh, this is a fucking autopsy. But the slab is moving through space. And you realize you're following it. As you notice the ground is moving underneath it. And you can hear the faintness of footsteps. As you look around, with a 16, you see the ground is not an interior. It's not a machined floor. It's snow. It's outside. You hear some warbling in a language you don't understand. This sort of... You hear a... And then it continues to move in. The snow disappears. And now you are on this gray sort of slate flooring. You can see now there are like on the sheet, the silver sheet, once it passes out of what you must have been light reflecting off of it, you can see in this darkened interior there's like glowing underneath, and you can see movement. Almost like sensors placed at certain points on the body. Continues to move, and it comes to a stop at some point after 3 or 4 minutes of it moving through different chambers, being led by someone who's just out of your sight. After a few moments, the movement is stopped. You know your spell is running thin. A figure walks into your vision range of 10 feet. See a glint of bronze from the face. A tilt of the head. You see a hand, gloved, black leather, take the sheet and peel it off of the face. And you do see Jordan sensors attached. Here, here, here. They're like wires with... It almost looks like metal soldering on a circuit board. But you can see burn marks in his skin where they're at. You can see a sort of table near his head. You see... Go ahead and roll a perception check.
17.
On the table, made of the same gray slate material, you see what looks to be similar medical tools that were there when you scryed on Icilius. You also see a sort of glass container with a fluid inside of it and little things swimming inside of it. This sort of purplish, brackish liquid. You hear a sort of almost like a whistle, like a and you see the individual grabbing something and pressing a button on a small sort of round thing, clicks it and puts it up to Jordan's ear, and he goes and he looks around, and you see a hand reach down and shush him right on the lips. Shh, shh, shh. And he goes, "Fuck you." See a hand reach up towards the mask, take it off and set it down. You see the mask on the table staring back at you. You can't see, he's still hooded. And Jordan's eyes go. And then the spell ends.
Did someone me know?
Is there any way for me to, since I cast that through the Hartnell, to extrapolate any sort of general location data? Because since I saw snow, or what looks to be snow, does it even snow on the astral plane? I wouldn't think
Can't
they'd
you-
have typical weather.
Can't you teleport to a place that you've seen?
Yes, seen once, but it'll be difficult, but I can try it.
No. You haven't seen a place. You've
I've seen-
seen
okay.
10 feet of snowy ground in transition.
Okay, can I, because I cast it through the Hartnell, extrapolate any sort of location generally? No? I have no
What?
information?
How?
How does Scry not allow you to get any general location
No, I mean,
information?
like, how are we...
I don't know. It's not for me to figure out.
There's snow, right?
I saw what looked to be snow.
What about Egnir?
I can try and cast it on Egnir. That's another 5th level spell slot, but I'll do it.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a
I'm just
lot.
wondering if we get actionable information if we scry.
But you saw the masked guy, right?
Yes. He took off his mask in front of Jirdan, and Jirdan looked surprised by whatever he was saying.
Like, he knew the person surprised?
I mean, maybe.
Roll an insight check.
Ooh, nat 20. 26.
There was recognition. You don't know why.
Okay. Yes, it looked like he recognized whoever is under the mask.
What if... You know how we found that big chamber underneath the necromancer's house?
Yes.
What if, because he worships Zillidak, he joined them? Literally? Physically?
Like they somehow... what do you mean?
I can't think of anyone that's disappeared that we haven't seen in a long time that Jordan would recognize.
It could be the Necromancer. We know that they made a clone, or very likely made a clone.
Anyone proficient in nature?
I am.
I am too.
Okay, you can roll that if you'd like.
22.
21.
It's too early for snow.
Is there snow on the astral plane though? Or wasn't anything like that?
No.
You've never seen snow on the astral plane.
Mountains.
What if they're north?
Are they... What if they went to the top of the mountain?
Wasn't there?
There was an institute facility
No,
up
I saw
there.
this one up there.
It didn't
We could
look-
try,
it didn't-
but I can't imagine that's the only mountain range that has...
It didn't.
We
look,
already...
It didn't look like technology. Like it didn't remind you of Institute technology whatsoever.
Okay.
It reminded you of the structures you saw on the astral plane. However, it was snowy. Besides mountains, and you've only been to Yndrussus, really, that have been big mountains like that. So I mean, it could be. I mean, there's a myriad of mountains. I mean, the dwarves live under mountains that get snowy like that. But you saw relatively flat for like 5 minutes straight.
Hmm.
There didn't seem to be this craggy,
So it's flat snow. Like tundra-y. Wait, didn't we literally just hear about something like way up north?
That's why I said it sounds a lot like the north.
was that we were hearing about zombies or some sort of undead.
No. It was some. Wow. What did we. Was it a book or something recently when we were researching that mentioned. Very far north. Almost like another continent out there. Shit, did I write it down? Who mentioned that? Does nobody remember that?
I don't.
I remember it being mentioned. Don't remember what.
It was in one of the. Wasn't it in one of the books? Or am I crazy?
Professor, roll Arcana check. Don't nat one.
17.
You're a high-level wizard that reads the description of spells. You can see and hear a particular creature you choose that is on the same plane of existence as you is the first sentence in scrying.
So we know it's on the material plane. Does no one remember the north thing? Am I crazy? Am I hallucinating?
You're not
Can I
hallucinating.
Hold
try
on.
to I'll look up my
remember?
notes
Because
on the
I
book.
have looked through my notes and I didn't write it down. I don't remember where we heard that. Somebody told us about a north.
You are aware of the Yowling Fields, which are it's a big ice shelf in the north, known for its monsters, known for giants, and with an over 20, you do know that there are talks of undead.
That would probably be the place to check out then.
Sounds
It's
like a good spot to start.
It's a continent-sized, vast place, so...
I mean, unless we don't know any landmarks or anything, we got to start somewhere, so we're going to have to head that direction and then
Unless
get our
we
bearings
can
once we get there.
Talk to well, he's on the same plane, which means we could send a message to him, possibly. True. If they're not blocking scrying, they won't be blocking communication.
It can't hurt to try, especially if you ritual cast it.
What should I say? Just a general... What do you see around you? Can you give us any description of the location that you're at? But he was covered. He was covered before they took him into the place he was just in. He was covered in some sort of sheet, blanket, metallic.
When they took him, he was conscious, so they would have had to do something to knock him out. We could ask him what's the last thing he saw before they did whatever they did to...
Okay, we'd have to hope that they didn't teleport him into an interior, because that wouldn't be helpful. But
we could also try Agnir, but
yeah.
Plus, it looked like they were about to do something to Jordan. I don't know what, but it's possible by now he may not be conscious. But I can try.
Then try it now before they do whatever they do to him.
Okay. I'll do sending, and I will say to him, I assume he'd recognize that it's me trying to contact him, so I won't waste words on that. Can you give us any details on where you've been taken? Things you've seen, heard,
remember?
Yeah, and remember anything since you've gotten there. I think that's just enough words. Or close to it.
21.
You send that out, and there seems to be a barrier. Roll Arcana check.
18.
You assume you got lucky with the scry, that he was outside of it, slipping through it. It doesn't seem like there's dispel magic on it, but having the doors open allowed you inside. So the building itself must be, maybe it's lead lined, maybe it's just made of material that doesn't allow magic to pass through, but it doesn't seem to be a anti-magic endeavor so much as an obstacle.
Well, I can't get in contact with him. He's blocked off at this point, so...
Fuck.
When did you
Well,
leave them?
Yesterday?
That means it took until today to travel there.
They just vanished. So I assume they teleported somewhere.
Well, then why wouldn't they be in there already?
They could
True.
be moving them from one building to another if they have some sort of facility there.
Seems more likely the teleportation did not go all the way there.
Is it like Injustice where there's an anti-magic?
The whole place is kind of... Well, no, because then you wouldn't be able to
Well, you said it
scry.
yesterday. It just seems like a long time.
Yeah, because if they had a lead line building, why don't they just teleport right outside of it and then just walk in?
Right.
It would be that easy. Especially if you're familiar with your own building. Like, you just poop and then you're in.
Also, why not go back to the astral plane if that's where they took... Like, what's up there?
Maybe they're using the north as a staging ground for something else. If they're continually trying to take areas and cities and people to be converted or whatever they're doing with them,
Maybe it took
then
them
it
a
would
long
make
time
sense.
because they had to move more than just those two there to
Sure.
convert them.
Maybe they know the astral plane is next on the list.
They're trying
Yeah,
to set
but
up
if
a
you knew
new
the
base.
list, why would you go there?
Well, that's what we're saying. The astral plane is next to be destroyed, possible. Well, it's
It's high up on the list.
There's no better place to
So-
kidnap a bunch of people to than a place that people won't go.
they're just gonna move everyone here. They're moving their people here. Do we know anyone who's ever been up that far north? There's gotta be like
The farthest
explorers
north
or
we've ever
something.
been is up by, like, the Cracking Isles.
I mean, the nest was technically further north, but
Sure.
this is way further north than the nest.
Since the nest was further north, do the
Any
Aarakocrans
idea?
have any knowledge about the area further north from where that was?
Roll a history check. Just to Bellios.
It's not too bad. 22.
So the Yowling Fields, where you're from, is called the White Death. It's basically a don't go north fairy tale warning thing. Your people don't fare well in the extreme cold up there. Even though you're typically, you're high altitude, it's nice, but it's not ideal. In fact, your snow owl ancestors are the only ones that had ever mapped any parts of it from your culture. As they have some natural camouflage there, so they were able to eke out some exploration. You are aware that monsters of all kinds are rumored to live in that area, and just to stay away from it. As far as any other like expeditions there, you wouldn't really know. You couldn't really tell.
Okay.
Do I think that Val would have any idea?
Vel, well, he wouldn't have been. This was like 4 or 5 generations ago, but he might be able to. I mean, he might know something you don't. There's always a chance.
I think our best chance might be going to the elves here. They are literally the closest to this.
Technically, if you don't count the orcs.
Yeah, because
That one person was
those are
supposed to get back
orcish
with
lands
me.
up there. Why, for some reason, on this map,
Mm.
I have, because it does say the Yowling Fields up top. Alexander's handwriting is horrible, and I can't quite understand. I do have a point marked up there, and something written next to it says Howard's Hold.
Howers hold.
Howard's Hold?
Yeah. There is a legend of a separatist, half-elven, self-proclaimed king that pushed north and tried to like claim the northern lands there, and then died and became. They say it's a cursed undead, like empty castle. But it doesn't have connections to Crosley. It's much older than Crosley.
No, but I mean, like, cursed undead, it also fits the theme here.
Okay, I'm just letting you know this predates the person you are calling the necromancer, like by maybe 300 years.
Yeah.
So, grain of salt. It is, of course. There's a little thematic thing going there. You didn't see an old rickety castle. Okay. However, it is a cool bit of lore.
So, to be clear, the smooth granite and stuff that you described, sounds very similar.
Very similar to what you experienced in the astral plane.
Okay, so they probably built something up north. Okay.
Yeah. That said, it doesn't rule it out.
I mean, we're at peace with the orcs right now, right?
There's peace.
I feel like peace and us showing up and asking about stuff might be. Also, remind me, the orcs fighting with the dragons? Were they on the side of like dragons during the war, or was that a separate conflict?
I think they were doing their own thing.
Yeah, think Japan in World War II, where it was like, sure, you're on our team, but are you?
They're taking advantage of that to push the war front.
Okay, so
it
they probably
was just a way. It was
Oh.
there was a little funding and there was a little agitation. It's easy to agitate people that have been pushed to literally the margins, literally of the map, by the Elven Kingdoms over years and years.
So they probably wouldn't kill that we killed 2 dragons recently. Just
You don't know.
the elves would probably be safer, but the orcs are closer.
Well, Morlamine was supposed to contact me. And that
Oh, true.
still hasn't happened.
Well, how is she going to
It's-
contact you if you're here?
More- It's technically only been like 10 hours.
Yeah.
Well, we
That
could
last session,
head
last
up-
session was
True, yeah.
all a fight.
If we're looking at going to the north, maybe we should head up to the Elven capital or something, and
Well,
Ask
for-
around.
Yeah, we can move towards the.
We
try
could
to
probably
get-
talk to Xeno Elixis too. He might know, or
Yeah.
was Xeno they?
He, him,
They.
they, them.
Okay.
them.
Actually, I think it was any all really, but
Okay.
was more masked than.
Sure. We could probably go try and talk to Xeno. They might know something.
Wouldn't be a bad idea either.
Yeah. Farthest north we've ever been, other than the nest, is Drow Hall. Looks like. What is the actual capital? Is it Arendelle?
Of the Elven Kingdom?
Yeah.
Oh, it's wait. Yeah, it's Arendelle. I'm just double
Okay.
checking. It's actually, well, okay, technically it's 3 cities. So there's Athtar and Volodar
Yeah, I have
are
those
the
marked.
the twin they're twin cities, and then Arendelle's to the south. The royal family that operates them lives in all 3, and sort of, you know, it's more of where the capital is where the leaders are, not necessarily the cities.
I have to imagine they probably have teleportation circles set up between them if we pick one.
Sure. I could also,
Hopefully.
if we're planning on talking
Well,
to Xeno
you
Elixis,
can't
we
just-
could.
You can't just teleport to a teleportation circle.
No, I mean like if we have to travel further between the cities.
Oh, I see. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say I could do sending to Xeno Elixis and see specifically where he is. We could try and get, roughly in that area, and then go talk to him, and see
That's what you want to
if
do?
he knows.
I mean, it couldn't hurt.
Was it Xeno who you contacted? No, it was who'd you contact? Who was your middle person?
Well,
Thought it
I
was
can't
Xeno.
remember.
Was it Xeno or was it Delric that you
Yeah,
went through?
no, it was Xeno.
Okay,
It was Xeno.
that's what I think. And you were getting contacted by which person was it?
It was Morlamine, the one from the casino
Morlamine.
party.
Okay, no, I was just double check. I have a lot of elf names in my head, and I was just double checking. It was
You're good.
okay. Okay, so Morlamine is kind of a she's not top tier royalty, but she's high enough up to where, like, think Duchess type shit, where she's got some power and wealth in places. So sure, not a terrible contact to have. So did you wanna wait for a message, or did you want to contact Xeno?
Probably contact Xeno for now,
Okay.
because then at least we could still be, if we were waiting for like a was it a mental message we were waiting for, or were we waiting for like a physical?
I think it was. I would assume
It was
mental.
probably going to be
It was a
mental.
message, yeah.
Okay, then we might as well do the Xeno stuff while we're waiting for that. So I'll do sending. I'll take 10 minutes to ritual cast sending to Xeno, and be like, "Hey, we were hoping we could stop by and ask a few questions of you, if that's okay. Is there a place we'd be able to meet up where you are?"
And only 35 words.
I don't think that was 35 words. was
Only
it?
45 words. So, okay. Well, us count.
Assume I'm not saying the us. Jesus Christ.
Gotta take your time. So, you send a message to Xeno. Shortly after, you get a message back. Yes, you could meet me in Volodar. I will be in the
Just voice change.
no. I will be in the. What's the fucking name? I'm trying to recall it without looking at my notes. You've never been here, so it's like
Technically, we went to the zoo and killed
Armitage.
some stuff. Armitage. Okay.
Like Richard Armitage.
Just like Richard Armitage. And that's pretty much the end of it.
Okay. Does anyone here happen to know where that is?
No.
Nope.
Great.
History check from one person, and that's you, Emperor. You would have
Bachelor
taken courses in Elven geography and stuff like that.
18.
Okay, you do vaguely know. You don't know exactly where it's at, but you do know in Volodar, the Armitage is a staging place for war mage groups, and Zeno is the leader of that thing. So it's basically where it's the Pentagon of war mages.
Okay. Hopefully that helps.
Okay.
It would be. I mean, if you go there and you ask for it, you're pretty. The reason is you're pretty confident. You could be like, oh yeah,
Sure.
it's right there.
I can teleport. We'll be going off description.
Funny story. So this map that I've had since I left forever ago, it's kind of torn at the top, so I never noticed this. But literally written in the top corner is "Tell Alenia, never go here." In Alexander's handwriting.
Great, and we're going there.
I feel like I need to talk to him about what he knows.
Do we want to go see him
I have a
first?
sending stone to him.
Okay, that'd be good. Do that.
I just, while looking at this and realizing it was squeezed in the topmost
Can't read that.
corner,
Oh, well, there it is.
right up here.
I can see some squiggly lines.
Yeah.
So while we do this, I'm gonna take out my sending stone, and I'm gonna say to Alexander, "What do you know about the howling, or was it the yowling?
Yowling fields.
The yowling fields."
Yowling.
Why do you ask? This is what you get in return.
We might need to go there.
Why?
Jordana and Agnir have been taken. And from what we can tell, that is where they've been taken.
There's a long pause. You almost worry that the sending stone didn't work. Try to look at it.
Are you there?
You decide to badger him.
I just,
Good choice.
if I think it didn't work, I just go, "Did you, like, hear?"
It's dangerous there, but you've exceeded my expectations. It's a place of old magic. It's not ideal. I went there once when I was young. Probably 18, 19. There was a group of us, clerics at the time. We were sent to, I guess you could say, cleanse the undead. And we did okay. I had a few friends die. Remember that book you found? Of mine?
Crosley's. Oh, your book.
Found it there. Fascination began there. Once I told my brother about it. I fear maybe it influenced his future decisions. He had... I don't know. It's a dangerous place. But
So Crosley's been there.
no.
Just knows what you told him about it.
He wasn't a priest. He thought the cloth was stupid. I think he was right, but...
I think he's there.
I thought he was dead.
That's what we thought too. I think he's behind Ivory Drift. I think he's behind the attacks on Gygax.
Ivory Drift?
Has the news not reached you yet?
No news has reached me.
The entire city is gone.
Well...
And I thought we told you, but we did find Crosley's home in the chamber
Yes.
where he may have made a new body.
I had a guide. He was from Zosier, the northernmost orc city. They have a Lathandrian temple there. His name was Haj. He'll be older now. He was about my age, so...
We're gonna head up that direction now.
Alright. Be safe.
We will. Oh, I'm gonna put the stone away. This confirms my every fear right now.
Well, it could be worse. Could not know where they are.
This time I'm going to make sure that Crosley is dead. And I mean, no coming back.
Oh, I agree.
What was the name of the orcish city again that Haj is in?
Zosher.
Yeah, Zosher, it's the most northern city.
Good luck spelling that shit.
Nope. Or no, Xoezor.
Well, you have a map, but
Yeah. That's why
It's the only
I
way
was
we can spell your
reading
fucking
it out
name.
loud.
well, no, that one I got. When it comes to Orcish, I can't think of that shit, so I usually
You guys-
generate it.
The chicken scratch on this thing.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
I
it's-
intentionally wrote it sloppy because it would be someone else's handwriting entirely, and it was for them specifically. Like that's just Alexander's old map. I even fucking soiled the edges of that thing. I'm great.
Yeah, to the point where I almost literally missed this message.
Let's say you gave me that one letter that had a wax melting seal on it, so like.
Oh, prepare for fucking second.
No, I'm so ready
He's got
for
a whole
campaign 2.
wax steel set for campaign 2, so I mean...
So, how much do we have linking Crosley to all of this? Besides, there's zombies in the Yowling Fields and Jordan is someplace.
Well, he had nothing
now.
to do with any zombies anywhere.
No, but he may have been inspired by tales of the Yowling Fields and hordes of undead. He's created his own hordes of undead. We found a chamber underneath his home in which he had a giant statue of Zilladek, the thing that these people created to bring about
That's
the end
right.
of the world. And Jordan seemed to recognize the guy once his mask was off. And like I said, can't think of anyone else who's gone missing that we know
Right.
of he would recognize. Jordan's been with us for the Fearsmith, for the Necromancer, and that's kind of the only... And I mean, like, the werewolf, but
Didn't Crosley live close to Brown Cedar Hold?
yeah.
So if he recognized him, it would make sense.
Well, he also
So-
saw him in that final battle whenever we
Right.
fought in Gygax.
Is he just blowing up cities to mass harvest corpses?
What I don't understand is it seems like the Illithid are trying to stop or control this
Illithid are-
thing.
Greedy, right?
Well, they don't think that they can control it. It seems like they're trying to fight back against it to stop it, and they need...
I mean,
They're
if
like
it was gonna,
feeding on people and their souls. They said that they couldn't eat you because you didn't have a soul.
if it was gonna obliterate your entire existence, you'd probably do a lot of shit to try and survive.
The mind flayers subsist on brain. They eat brains, but if you didn't have a soul, the brain is useless. It loses nutrition. It decays.
So are they harvesting food or are they harvesting an army or both?
Well, I said I specialize in aberrations, and I do. I come from the royal guard of my queen Lumai, and I have been trained from a young age to deal with aberrant forces. There has been a sect of mind flayer Illithid that live in the Underdark, a layer of subterranean living in the ground beneath us across the planet. These particular illithid do not seem to have anything to do with what is happening here. However, nutritional needs of brain is very common. They also have natural psionic abilities, and they reproduce via a process called seromorphosis. What they need is... Do you want the long or the short version?
I think we've seen the process. Isn't it the worm in the brain? And
Do you want the long or the short version? You can
Long?
see this cobby knows stuff.
He's badass. He's
Long?
earned it.
I guess.
He
Yeah.
earned it.
The long version?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, no one really knows how the first started. It's probably like everything else, created by the gods. However, seromorphosis is something that doesn't work all the time. Some people just die in the process. They have what they are tadpoles, and they place them in the eyes and in the brains of people. Have any of you experienced this before?
Yeah.
Points.
Yeah.
Ah, so you experienced it trying to access the inside of your brain. Well, it didn't make it, obviously, or you would be either dead and turned into brain food and put in the vats for the mother brain, or you would, in fact, turn into an illithid, where your bones would change over the course of days, and then you would erupt with tentacles and become part of a hive mind. They have a sort of a shared consciousness. It is their form of eternal life. It is a situation where they collectivize their intellect in order to supersede corporeal limits, let's say. They have what is called the mother brains. Mother brains are large. Well, they look like brains,
I
but
think
they...
we've seen one.
Yes, they are the hub of a community. What seems to be happening is they have taken the extreme position to collectivize all life.
Why would they do something like that?
But they believe that it is supersedes corporeal limits. I just said that. It is undeath. It is eternity. They collectivize consciousness as one, forever.
Do you think this is like a way around the end?
No, they're causing it. To collectivize.
Well, they said it was out of their control.
Where did you speak to this?
What?
Who said it was out of their control?
Grab, let me get the note.
Is that the one in the Feywild?
No, it was the one next to you. Write it down. I wrote down the translation. I have to find it.
That's not where you got that writing. You didn't get that from the astral plane.
Yes, I did. Got this from the astral plane. It's next to, it was a slab with Icilius's body.
Yeah.
The human exhibits resilience. His soul is not
Oh, that.
incorporated with the brain. It
Yeah.
has lost its nutrition.
I thought you were
He
talking
will
about the other
find
writing.
his allies instead. feed on them for the coming fight. We must be strong if we are to live against the unstoppable hunger. He has become too strong to control. We made a miscalculation.
And then the other one,
What other one?
you have another set of writing that you use to decode a bunch of shit. The stuff that you used to initially decode that.
I have the poem thing.
You had a bunch of slips of paper,
Yeah, those are in my binder that are at your house.
and those are from.
No.
Didn't we
These are
find
from
one at
the
an institute
Underdark.
facility?
No, these are from the Underdark.
Okay. I thought there
These
was one
were
we
in
found next to an illithid skull at one of the institute
In the
places.
drowned archives of Drow Hall, we found one illithid that was maintaining there and had a laboratory, and it was doing autopsies on things that they gave to it, and that's where we learned the name of Zilladek.
Yeah, I almost got brain gooped there.
Alhoon was another name.
And
think
Alhoon
that
is
was the
not a name, it is a title.
What does it mean as a title?
It is just a type of illithid. It is a scientist.
Well, that
You
was
found,
what he was.
You did? You found him?
He had a library and
So,
autopsy.
There is a separatist group within the illithid, it seems. I have interrogated and tortured many of these individuals. It is important for you to make sure that you cannot be affected by psychic things. I have not encountered this individual that you speak of with the bronze mask. We should discuss tactics. It seems he has bested the Keepers of Eight on more than one occasion. We cannot allow this again if we are to save your friends. We need to discuss tactics. It cannot be sloppy. It cannot be... I am a professional.
I mean, the last fight, we seemed to be holding our own okay until I was taken away and not able to protect everybody else with my aura.
That does not seem like your aura would have protected anyone from being taken. Describe to me the tactics you saw.
As in, like, what we're capable of?
Describe to me the tactics you saw.
Oh, we saw.
Any
Well,
of you can
first
chip in.
they appeared, announced themselves, and then they seemed to try to split people off from one another, isolate them, and
Yes.
then overpower them with numbers.
And then snatch them.
Okay, and the
It seems
bronze
like they were-
individual?
He sat back and just kind of watched.
He sat back
He
and
did
tried
not
to
take part in the fight?
He did.
He did, but he was always at a distance. He has some sort of shield around him that wasn't magical. We couldn't dispel it.
It was probably psionic.
It's able to be pushed through, but you have to be able to will yourself to do it.
That
I can
makes
shoot through it
sense.
And you can
perfectly
shoot
fine,
through
though.
it.
So this fight, I'm gonna just pepper him a bunch, just not stop.
He seemed to be the one that had the most control over the field. He was able to move us around, and he could take away our magic. He could counterspell. He could
Yes.
charm people. So we need to lock him down.
More concerning is the shield bubble you discuss.
Yeah.
Its capabilities are what?
It absorbed your spell and got faster.
No.
No, that was
That was the black
Bomb.
orb
Yeah,
thing.
sorry. Yeah.
it seems to You have to be able to will yourself to hit it, or it'll just deflect damage entirely. I didn't get hurt from it,
It
though.
didn't deflect damage. It
Or
pushed
just, like...
you out of it.
Oh. Well, I mean, as,
And
like,
then at
for
the
ranged
end,
attacks.
At the end of the fight, what happened?
What do you mean?
Well, the fight ended.
We had to get out of there because they had taken Jordan, and
We
Well,
didn't.
Black
We
Sphere
the
was-
black sphere was about to explode.
They had taken Jordan, so how did you lose my king?
He saw the matriarch
Mm-hmm.
and went to her, and we were trying to teleport out, and he didn't have enough time to get to us.
The bronze mask touched him.
And the bronze mask went over to him and took him.
The bronze mask did not touch him. He entered the space of the sphere. The same way the matriarch did.
Well, none of us were there for the matriarch thing.
No,
That's
but
the problem.
Agnir explained it to you.
Copy
Yeah.
was there.
Probably was there in another timeline.
So the shield can take people?
It
Or, like,
seems that it does.
Does it, like, extend his range to do things? Like, he doesn't have to touch things? It's...
Doesn't seem to do that at all. It seems that it causes the thing it happens. Seems if you are in the space, he can make it stop, and then anything in that space is teleported. It seems to me to be a psionic sort of contingency bubble.
Is there any way to counter psionics?
I have no idea.
don't get close to it.
Professor?
I know I was able to interface with the psionic technology when we were on the astral plane. Is there any known way that the professor would know of to be able to block that sort of thing, since the institutionalized had low-level versions of that, you know?
What are you trying to do?
Like, I don't know, like be able to nullify his psionic bubble thing.
I mean, there are spells that keep you from being affected by mind-altering effects. You don't know.
Do you have anything that can help our... I don't know, I guess our intellect?
I don't have any spells that boost stats like that. Or that help with saving throws or anything.
The best I have is to give everyone more chances at saving throws. And give them higher bonuses to their saving throws.
You
But
said he
there's-
steals magic, tries to isolate.
He also definitely goes for... He went for me and Professor first. He knows Professor's capabilities as far as counter spells, knows how to get out of range.
Seems as though he will know a lot more about you this time around.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you definitely need to figure out a way to keep him from leaving.
Do we still have that jar?
No, that got taken.
Jar.
We have his book. If it is him. That's banking on if it is him.
I think it's probably him. Yeah.
I have my brand, but there's no guarantee that works.
The best I could try to do is blind him, maybe. But I don't know if that stops. I don't think that can stop you from teleporting.
It wouldn't stop teleport, I assume.
I can
I
try
can-
and feeble mind him again too, but I tried that twice in the last fight, and he
He's gonna be
completely
able
shrugged
to
it
resist
off.
that really well. Unless we have some way to make him weaker at that. I
Well,
don't think
if you
he's
had
gonna-
a way to keep him from moving via teleport, that would be ideal. Something to bind him.
Mm. Do we have like... Oh god, what is that spell? Planar binding?
Isn't I don't have that.
It seems,
Like I said, the only
it
thing
seems mobility is a very big issue.
I know a lot of, like, if he's to move around and use some sort of teleport, usually it relies on sight. I could try to blind him with a couple of different things.
Teleportation relies on sight?
Well, not a big teleportation. I mean, like, things like Misty Step or Dimension Door, things
Dimension
that
door you can describe, like 6 feet that way or 100 feet that way, or however, so you don't need to see
Okay.
for that.
it's just Misty Step.
would...
So I have my brand, which could prevent a teleport, but he has to fail a wisdom save.
If it was a spell cast. He didn't cast a spell for that. It's a side effect of the ability.
Well, it also says via ability, spell, or portal.
He doesn't have to make a check for it, though. I don't know how to... I'd have to reconcile it if it came up at the time. I don't know. I'd have to
Yeah.
read both of the things, but I'm not confident.
That tethers them to the plane. It doesn't tether them. So only if they're trying to leave the plane.
So
yeah,
plane
never
shift
mind.
would work. So some mind flayers have plane shift, so that would work on them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's stop the plane shift, but not the teleport.
Oh no, teleport or leave their current plane. Never mind.
Oh,
But that's hinging on him failing a mental save.
Well, we can try to put a Bane spell on him.
I think our best... It doesn't seem like we have a whole lot as far as
Lockdown.
options to lock him down mentally. I think if we...
It seems to me we're going to have to get creative.
Like
is
how?
not- this is-
Throw out a...
I don't know. I have not faced him before. I have only faced the mind flayers, Alhun, and some of their beasts. Best case scenario is they have let the tadpole get too large and it turns into a neolithid, but I can't imagine that is a case.
As far as I can tell, flight looks like it's our best opportunity to deal with the ground forces. They didn't really know what to do. They don't have flight capabilities, and so they just kind of waited in hordes underneath.
Mhm.
So we need to try to avoid the hordes.
I have not
Of enemies.
faced these either.
They kind of just throw themselves at you.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me
Almost
I have
like
not
undead.
faced the extremists. I have faced the...
These
If there is such a thing, a normal illithid, I have faced normal. Under
whatever these things that they make do, they kind of tend to mob in clusters and throw themselves directly at the shortest path towards someone.
All right, so they are pawns.
Yeah,
For the
they're basically
a-
there to weigh us down
But it
while
seems
he...
like invasion force. We are invading them. I don't imagine that we will be encountering such a thing.
Do you think it'll only be illithids?
Well,
and
only
maybe
illithid
larger?
is bad. There'd be more of them.
Well, they are able to stun.
They're able to do more than that if they have. I mean, they usually don't send their. You know, they. I mean, if. For instance, if my queen were to invade lands, she would not send her top 7 mages and the ground force. She would send a representative crew.
Mm-hmm.
So, I imagine.
So we should expect much stronger.
Well, I think we should go in very quietly.
So stealth is the option here for...
I
Get
would.
them and get
That's what
out.
I would do, but I am not this. I don't have spells like you do. I have. If you think that you can blow something up very quickly and get in there fast, I think we'd do that too. I'll follow you whichever way you want. But I am naturally stealthy. It is my common approach.
I am not very stealthy, unfortunately.
I have spell to help.
Is it like pass without trace? I've never
Correct.
done that before.
Yes.
We could start off sneaking. We did that before when we snuck up on them in the astral plane. We were quiet until we got into the facility and then fought our way.
I've never
Through
been
the
to a
end.
facility. That sounds larger than what I. But there are some places where illithid tend to be not so clustered together, so they like their space in their workspaces. So
It seemed like there
I-
weren't a lot of them.
ideally, we could pick them off one at a time, quietly and quickly. Killing them within the first few seconds is what is ideal.
Yeah.
However, this does not address the issue. If he chooses to leave, it seems we have no way to keep him in the space. Have you no items you have come across that can do something like this? You've adventured for. You are quite famous at this point. I thought it was limited to my kingdom, but I have heard much of your fame.
Most of the things I can do are things like wisdom saves. And they're more commands rather than... So he'll be able to resist them pretty well.
Let's just catch him, sphere him. Like a Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't think that would go very well.
Well, wait. How does that work against an unwilling creature?
They make a save.
They make a con save against spell save DC or be caught.
I mean, how high could their constitution be? Do you...
I could give it a shot. I don't think it'll work, but we could try.
Do you have another option?
No?
That might not be a bad idea.
Also, you had to push through his shield, so if I like throw it at him, it's probably gonna bounce off
My
the
arrow
shield.
went right through.
I'll have to.
So
Okay.
I'll get
But it's a
into
head
the
round,
shield
so
and
what?
then touch him with it.
All right. What about Plan B?
Sound very upset by that. Okay.
I am. You got all excited about one idea, and I just see it failing, and now we have nothing. And I would like not to die. I am Kabi. I never die. You don't know the people back
We-
home. They would riot if I perished.
We literally brought you back.
Different timeline.
I don't know what you're talking about. You have a lot of hubris.
All right. Well, somebody else has got to come up with ideas.
I I did the Ketchum Sphere. Ivory Drift was fucked, so we can't get high level stuff if we need it. Unless we can find something in the Elven Kingdoms if we go see Xeno still.
And we could talk to them. They might have magical items or something.
And their elves.
And their elves.
And their
I
elves.
don't know what
Don't.
that means.
Really have anything personally besides kill him before he can teleport away.
Does he cast with his hands? Like,
Sometimes.
does teleport have somatic components?
Really?
Or verbal?
It's just verbal.
He didn't cast
Just
teleport.
verbal?
I don't know how many times I got it. It was not a teleport spell.
It was the bubble. Okay, I don't know what it is.
Okay, but
We don't know what that does.
It explicitly was not a spell.
Do we know anyone who knows a lot about psionics?
Never met anyone, no. Except for the Stone Seer,
Xeno
who
can help
was
us.
an illithid.
I
Who
mean,
didn't want to talk to us because he cut himself off from the others. And basically made fun of us because we didn't know anything. So,
I think the odds of us getting anything useful there are pretty low.
I think he's the only person we know that knows anything about psionic abilities.
We could lose a lot of time if we go to the Feywild.
yep.
I mean, Xeno seems like as good a place to start as any. If we're talking about magic.
Yeah,
or
I mean,
psionics.
he is at one of the biggest military bases. They might know something somewhere.
Doesn't Professor's Cube stop us from getting a time dilation issue when we go to the Feywild?
I don't remember that being a benefit. I know that was part of a deal we made with a hag once, but I don't think that was a thing that...
No, but I mean, when we charged that side of the cube, I thought that it helped us with the...
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Like, the best lead we'd have is him, and he doesn't want to talk to us.
We could always try sending and ask very nicely.
Do none of you have psychic abilities at all?
I can telepathically connect to people, but that's like it. And it's a once-a-day thing.
Only brain link with my horse. That's not a horse, it's...
I can
Fire, but-
tell you about an evil thing.
I have a gun.
Yes, but you made that gun, right? You are
no.
clever. You are clever. Agnir
I
is
get
spoken of your clever tinkering. Agnir has
best
mentioned
way-
that you are an inventor, wizard. Agnir has mentioned that you have traveled the plains, and you have fought gods. Agnir has mentioned you are an emperor.
Mm-hmm.
With your collective intellect and resources, surely you could think outside the box for some sort of answer here. And stop considering the bounds of the spells. that you have at your disposal. And consider the world is your oyster. Please suck on it.
This is
Slurp
getting
it up.
weird.
Slurp that oyster up. We have to have a better plan than that we go in and we blast them. We have to. Or we'll die.
What if we talk to the Stone Seer about how he cut himself off and if he knows any ways that we can resist their effects? Or
Well,
maybe you
I
can
know a
make
high-level
some.
spell that will help you resist their effects. I just don't have access to it. It's called Mind Blank. It's 8th level. Not even a wish spell can take your mind at that point. However, it's more about cutting this person off from psionic ability, or anchoring them to a point. Irrevocably so. I know that you can get shackles that bind someone to a plane. Surely we could have something in the realm of psychic
Stop psionics?
disturbance.
Well, aren't
Surely.
there items that prevent you from being psychically controlled? Could you have it do the inverse of that? To stop it sending out psychic ability? Kind of like planar shackles, but
Like a reverse Magneto helmet.
basically.
It would have to be something that would attach to them and, like a shackle, not come off, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Does psionics... I know, like, Arcana and stuff is stopped by lead.
Professor X.
Are
No.
psionics blocked by lead? Is there any known substance that blocks psionic abilities?
Vibranium. I actually don't know what Magneto's helmet's made out of. There's literally an item in D&D that, but
That
I
what?
don't know what it's made out of. I thought it was made out of lead, actually.
That what?
I think there's a hat.
A hat.
It's basically a tinfoil hat. And it protects you from fucking the brainwave. What if it's just aluminum? The answer was we just needed to make tinfoil hats.
Ooh!
That's not the answer, but I'm glad that you thought of it.
Delenia's gone mad with grief.
Fucking
I don't know what you're talking about as far as.
I thought that there was. Oh, maybe it was just like a, not an official item, but it's
Oh.
definitely a thing I've seen.
Okay,
I think I'm thinking of crit roll.
maybe.
Okay, well you make stuff. Can you make something like that?
I'm sure I could make it. I just need to figure out what substance would block psionic abilities.
You have a supercomputer in your brain.
Yeah?
And you have a heart null.
Yeah?
Does
In order
Rob
to...
know anything about psionics?
Type into
Can I do any sort of
supercomputer.com.
check with the knowledge I gained from the algorithm to see if I have any knowledge on anything that blocks psionic abilities?
Let's make an intelligence check. What?
If you make something like a hat, we could glue it to his head forever.
What do you
With the
mean?
super glue that never comes off.
We have illegal glue that doesn't...
You need a wish spell to take it off.
Wait. Wait, why
With
Just
that,
a straight intelligence check, not like an arcana.
am I the only one who has a fucking light bulb attached to their brain that went off?
No, I have it too.
can
What?
you not teleport away from it? If we glue
Can't
him to the
get
ground?
out
So
of it
fucking
with
If
a
you
wish
glue him
It would be
somewhere, can you
attached to him.
teleport?
I
I
don't.
feel like you could still teleport.
I mean, they'd be able to teleport, but I'm saying they wouldn't be able to teleport away from the thing, especially if it's blocking their psionic abilities and the teleport itself is psionic. They wouldn't probably be able to do
Read
No,
that.
but I mean, if
Read
we
the
like
item.
glue him to the ground.
Read the
Oh.
item.
Hold on. The glue.
Sovereign glue?
Yeah, sovereign glue.
Forms permanent adhesive bond between 92 objects. Also comes with solvent. That's all I have written down.
This viscous, milky white substance can form a permanent adhesive bond between any two objects. It must be stored in a jar or flask that has been coated inside with the oil of slipperiness. When found, a container contains 1d6 plus 1 ounces. 1 ounce of the glue can cover a 1 foot square surface. The glue takes 1 minute to set. Once it has done so, the bond it creates can be broken only by the application of universal solvent or oil of etherealness or a wish spell. That's it.
So you couldn't teleport away.
Correct, because that would consider.
What if we
breaking
just
the
like
bond.
made a glue grenade out of it that like you could throw at him and then it would like stick him wherever he is? We wouldn't even need to figure out a helmet.
It takes a minute
takes
to
a
set,
minute.
though.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, if
We'd
we can
have
get
to-
him to stop moving for a minute anyway, then it wouldn't even matter. So what the? Oh.
How are we gonna get? That's 10 rounds that we have to hold him to something.
That's not gonna happen.
What if we coat
Or
Technically, you only need
Can
him
you-
on it in the last round.
yeah, I was gonna say, can we coat it something
Right.
and then
Technically,
hold it? Once we splash him with it, he can't get it off of himself. You just need to hit him up against something at the last second. But how do we keep him in one
How do you
place
set a trap in somebody
for
else's
a whole
lane?
minute? And that as well. Like, that last
So
fight
what-
didn't even last a minute.
it actually lasted a minute.
Exactly a minute?
What if we just shackle like an immovable rod to him and put the shackle?
That
Couldn't he just activate the immovable rod?
Not if we're beating the shit out of him.
If you glue him to the immovable rod.
Right.
Right. That's the idea. Just in a way that he can't just pull it off.
You have an immovable rod?
No, but maybe we could find one somewhere. Or purchase one.
I don't think they're extraordinarily rare.
We do happen to know a beholder that has things.
if we, because the immovable rods they use a button.
Yeah.
Right.
If we get him to grab it or get something on it at the last second, he wouldn't be able to move his hands to get to
To
said
get
button.
to the button, yeah.
So he wouldn't be able to deactivate it. Because they couldn't reach it.
We have to be careful not to glue ourselves to this shit.
Bigby's hand.
Well, you have.
Or just wear a
You
glove
do
that
have
you can
some.
slip
You
off.
have some solvent, but
Oh, that's you, yeah.
Just stick it like in the middle of his back where he can't reach.
So do we try to glue something to him, or do we try to glue him to something?
It's a good question.
would the immovable rod go with him, or is it immovable? Can immovable rods be teleported if it's immovable?
I don't know, actually. I don't think so. I assume by its nature it wouldn't.
Can the professor do an Arcana check? I don't know if the professor would have ever
Sure.
encountered the move around.
Say it's magically fixed in place.
But it also doesn't
You can
specifically
use-
say.
You can use a strength save to push it, but it's a DC 30 strength check, so
10 feet.
yeah, to move it 10 feet.
I got a 27 on the Arcana check.
Okay. Uh. Okay. I'm getting answers like if you activate it on a moving train, it would destroy the train.
Right.
Uh.
Yeah, like it just rips through any substance, basically.
It's physically immovable, is it? Magically immovable.
I'd say Arcana check of 30 to move it just like a strength check.
So you might be able to pass something like that. It's unlikely, but possible. Is there anything we can do to try to hold him still long enough? Or push him around?
Even if you manage.
If we could get him below 150 hit points, I could stun him. I have power word stun.
Okay. So we go in, beat the shit out of him, stun him and glue him?
How many times can you do that, Stone?
Hold on.
Once.
I'm pretty sure only one. It's an 8th level spell. I think I have one 8th level spell. Well, I guess I could do it twice. I could do one at 8th and one at 9th, but I can only do it those 2 times.
It's a con save. By the way, roll. I'm trying to think. You made him make a spell save, right? During
Yeah.
that fight?
Yeah. A couple, actually, because I think I tried
convict,
Feeble Mind
too.
twice.
Engineer tried as well.
Go ahead and roll an insight check, Professor.
Okay, that's 23.
He definitely has legendary resistances, so you'd have to burn through those.
we'd have to-
I can also negate it and make him roll with one of my features. But
Yeah, but legendary resistance. Wait, does it push your feature pushes past legendaries?
Yeah.
hold on, I can read it.
Specifically?
As a reaction, you can infer disadvantage on one creature, including your own, blah, blah, blah. Creatures with advantage roll normally. Creatures with legendary resistance must make an intelligence save against your spell DC or make this roll normally. Although, yeah, he has a high intelligence, so he'd
it'd
probably be
be
able to blow
like,
past that anyway. So we should probably get through
risky.
the legendary and resistances.
So try to target him with some things that will likely
Low
make
level
him
annoying
fail.
stuff.
Well,
Okay.
no, not low level, because
Oh.
isn't legendary you choose to resist it if you fail? So we have to make him
Correct.
fail 3 times.
Things that are worth resisting.
I
So
have
we have
some
to-
spells that I could do that on. Like I can do like some
Do you have anything that would target like his strength or his constitution?
is this a con save?
The
Hold on.
Ketchum Sphere. It's a
I have
concept.
I have
Strength
blight
saves.
that I could cast multiple times to try and get him to do con saves.
He could counterspell you.
I have trick
Right.
shot. That can...
Well, all my stuff's going to be spells, so I have Cone of Cold, which is a con save. I have Fireball, which is Dex.
I have a, I have charisma saves, but
Well, what the kind of caster is he?
uh, did we notice him doing normal arcane
Do you know what spell he casts on
spells?
you to make you fly away?
Thought that was what
Uh,
That was scatter.
no, there was scatter that made us split up, and then he cast, I think, command on me.
No. It was. I want to say it was. He cast dominate on you.
Mm.
I believe. Yeah. Yep.
wizard, maybe warlock.
Probably wizard. He had a. If it's who we think it is, he had a spell book, right?
He didn't have.
Yes.
He didn't have a spell book on him.
Did he
Well,
not? I
that's-
thought we want. No? Okay.
Crosley did.
Yeah, so
Warlock
it
would
might
make
not
sense.
be. So probably
Right.
warlock if he's
Your
following
version's
some
like that.
sort of.
That's what I'm saying. He's got a
Below
pact.
deck. Yeah.
But he. No, warlocks can't be that. I can't cast those really. What was that thing that he did that stole some of your magical abilities? Like he did it to me. I jumped in front of it for you.
That was a
and it
lightning
took
bolt?
my spell slot away.
If I remember correctly, it was some kind of lightning bolt, I think. Did it to me too.
You've never encountered any spells like that.
Are we sure that wasn't psionic?
Might be.
It was absolutely part of the spell.
This man's just a mystic.
He's not a mystic, I can assure you.
Just Jake showing us how to play it
So-
broken.
Has he ever modified spells in the way that I used to? Like,
I didn't notice any. I was thinking about that. I don't think I saw him like twin any spells or like I didn't
Mhm.
notice any quickens or anything.
So it's warlock or wizard?
probably wizard, I'd assume. Or a cleric?
Is dominate person a cleric spell?
I actually don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. I have some mind control style spells myself, and I. I feel like gas would be useless to him. It's psychic damage. He's probably immune.
Is this individual an illithid?
No.
There were tentacles on his mask, but I don't think we've ever seen under the
I mean,
mask.
Well,
I also haven't seen an illithid that looks like that either.
This Zillidick could have bestowed power, I'm sure.
Which is why I think it'd be warlock.
Could be.
There was a big chamber where we found the depiction of Zillidak over the
We also
bodies.
found stuff for the commune smell, though.
Yeah, like talking, like as if you could commune with a deity.
Did you do it?
No. None of us knew the spell to cast it.
Do any of you now?
No. I mean, don't I
Pretty high
technically have a
level.
thing, but it's only specifically to... Oh no, that was if I used the looking pool, it worked as if it was commune. But that's gone. No, I'm not capable of that, so...
Mm-mm.
If it is Crosley, he was talking to something. Or attempting to. Specifically the image of Zillidak.
Well,
Hmm. Can you be like I guess a cleric that's the reverse of everything I've ever known about clerics?
does not sound very clericy. What you seem to be describing is somewhere between an illithid and a person.
Yeah. I thought you said they turn into illithids or they die.
That is conventional wisdom on it, but maybe if a deal was brokered or if there was some sort of arrangement, could be different.
If we're dealing with the necromancer, it could be that after he died the first time, Zillidak brought him back as half person, half illithid.
Or he sought out a power he knew he could manipulate.
Sure.
Eternal life seemed to be a thing he was into.
Yeah.
If it is him, the bodies of his family are still there.
Maybe.
Why would
They
he
could be gone by
preserve
now.
them?
The bodies are irrelevant if the souls are gone. Could be entombed for some reason, but like I said, the shared afterlife is their idea. Seems you are dealing with extremists that wish for all things to be sharing in their afterlife.
The question is this going to be a smash and grab, or are we going to end this extremist group?
And the extremist group?
Or at least put a dent in
Well, it seems
them.
the extremist group is the threat in general. Without killing Zillidak, you will not end it. But we could go in there and take someone who is apparently important. Would
If we
killing
could
him be the worst
capture-
thing, though? I think you were just about to say the same thing.
I was gonna say, if we kill him, I think he just gets what he wants. As much as I want to see him rot. It might be better to take him captive and make him talk.
How do we make sure he doesn't escape?
Shackle and glue.
The glue.
So
Maybe we could find some sort of way to limit his psionic capabilities.
Right.
And if he is Crosley, we might have a little bit of leverage.
In what way?
He preserved his family. Because in some way he cares about them.
He may have already moved them at
But
this
if he,
point.
well, they were in those chambers that seemed to be keeping them.
Was it the
Preserved.
chambers themselves that were keeping them preserved? I don't remember that being the case. I thought it
I
was
thought
just
it
that
was
they...
because if we had moved them, that was the thing. It was like we could
It was
break
basically gentle reposing them.
yeah.
The room was? Okay, I didn't remember that. I thought it was
it
just that they had been...
No, not the room. The glass cases they were in.
Yeah, because we
okay.
were like break the glass
Jesus.
and
Well,
then
couldn't-
just rot.
Christ,
Were the cases built in or anything, or were they like just a case that could theoretically
It
be
was in a
moved?
fucking vault. Like,
All right.
They were glass cases on top of stone slabs as part of the floor.
I feel like I don't know. It's an option that we can try to manipulate him, but
Worst case scenario, he'll be like, haha, I have moved them.
yeah.
I don't think you're going to get out of him what you want by manipulating him, though. Would he be able to manipulate you? At this point?
I think he has more bargaining chips than we do.
True.
Well, unless he had someone you loved or something, but...
I mean, he literally does right now.
Well, he wouldn't in this scenario, but...
Technically, he has the information on what's coming.
Well, for this to work, we have to get a movable rod.
And we have to glue it to him in a way he can't reach it. And he can't just, like it's gotta be his hands or something. Are we really gonna do the rod, or are we...
I mean,
Well, we need something
that's
to
a good
anchor.
idea. I didn't hear you said we talked at the same time.
You said we needed something to anchor.
Did he seem particularly imposing from a physical standpoint?
No, he's kind of thin, I guess.
Well...
If you could get past the barrier and hold on to him.
Force the situation?
Because you're definitely stronger than he is.
I could definitely get into his face. The question is getting it on him at the right time.
And not getting teleported away.
Yeah. Because we would probably have to coat the rod with glue, wait 9 rounds, and then stick it to him in the 10th round, basically.
Or have it stuck to him the whole time, but yes.
Yeah, or that, which seems a little bit more difficult, but...
We have 3 ounces of the glue, by the way. I'm not sure the size of, the rod, but in case we needed to, I don't know. Just letting you know, that's how much glue we have.
Does clothing play a factor? Like,
Oh yeah, you can take clothing off.
So it
he
has
has
to be skin.
gloves. He wears gloves.
He's all covered.
Yeah,
So it'd
like
have to
head
be a
toe.
situation where he couldn't wriggle out.
So we'd have to get some of that off and then stick it to his skin.
Yeah.
Or something that's fastened tight to his body. Like a shackle.
Well, how tight would the shackles be? If the shackles are tight enough, he can't slip out of his jacket.
Right. Or if we use some sort of band or clasp around the torso.
Do we want to see if maybe... Okay, here's our options. As far as I have perceived here. We can go to the Elven Kingdoms. We're probably going to end up doing this anyway. Meet with Xeno, see if there's anything there that we can use. Maybe we could go to Sontrak and strike some sort of deal with him. He's got a lot of magical items and things like that clustered over at Ten Top. Problem is, last time he wanted magic items for us, but he also didn't want to die. And I think he's smart enough to know that we kind of need our shit to stop the end of the world.
Assuming we've met with Sontrak before in this timeline.
Right.
You have.
God, that's...
Okay.
Okay.
I told you everything that changed.
Okay.
And then after that, regardless, we need to go to that orcish city and find a guide.
Yeah.
You also know one other place that holds badass weapons and items and stuff, but that would take some diplomacy as well.
Is that
Dwarves.
Nope.
dwarves or dragons?
Nope.
Oh, the gnome place?
Nope.
What?
Spent like 3 or 4 sessions in there.
Wait.
You literally did a heist for one of them. You still have the item.
Drow Hall?
Yes.
Oh, the drowned
True.
archives. And
That was one aspect of the Drown Archives you went to specifically for that weapon.
yeah, they do.
And that
have
weapon
a
is
whole
fucking
vault.
powerful.
So
It would be a lot easier to... It might be easier to get in now than it was back then, too.
how long do we have until Jordan gets turned, possibly?
Yeah, it can take up to a week. It would
So we
just
need
take
to
a
move
greater
fast.
restoration to cleanse the body.
Spell I can't do anymore, so... That's a problem.
Egnir was able to do those. We just have to have the
So we
materials.
just I have the materials, we just have to get to Agnir then.
The king is my priority anyways, but obviously I am willing to help you with your betrothed.
Okay, so do we go to Tin Top and try to bargain with Sunshark, or do you want to go to Drow Hall and try to bargain into the archives? The archives might also allow us to revisit Alhoon's library
True.
now that we know more.
Sontrak would probably be safer if we... Do we have any magic items to give him? Hold on.
I got
have-
nothing.
I
We
have
sold
nothing
all our
extra.
excess.
Yeah, we sold it all.
Great.
You have one thing.
We have the dagger.
Was that
What?
magical?
we
I thought
picked
they
up
just
the
had
moonblade.
special properties. I wasn't sure if they were magical.
It was
What
the
one thing
the
do we
dagger.
have?
It ignores all resistances. It's a
Yeah, the magical dagger that
Ooh.
fucking destroys magical items.
I thought we gave that to him.
No. To Sonshark?
Yeah.
No,
No.
I've had the dagger for
That's a
since we
badass
had it.
dagger.
Yeah, it doesn't do any more damage than anything. It just ignores all resistance.
Everything.
So it's either bargain with him, maybe have to give up an item, or we could try the diplomacy route of the drow.
Or you have the elves as well. That you've never been there, but Zeno has connections. You have a lot of options here.
Morlamine might be able to help us too.
Zeno's already expecting us.
Yeah. Maybe we just try the entire elven region. We go to the elves first, and then once that's exhausted, we go to the drow. Right there.
It's not
Sure.
really that close. It's just relative.
Well,
relative.
No,
We can
but I
teleport
mean,
anyway,
compared
so
to
it
everything
doesn't.
else, we've already been there once, and we know that there was illicit activity there that's related to this, that we might be able to get more information. Because there's a whole laboratory down there that I don't know if they've done anything with it, and there was a library. We couldn't read the stuff before, but now we can.
To an extent.
Okay, let's get to Volodar now then.
That's a good move. I agree.
Okay.
This might add like another day or two on, but if
Sure.
Asilius can last as long as he did, I hope the other two can.
Mm-hmm.
Icilius recalls that it sucked.
But
Sucked a lot.
better than us going in there and all dying. We're all getting turned.
Okay. So, teleporting to Volodar?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right, roll your teleporties. Remember when you use the heart null, you move it up a category.
Yeah.
Actually,
Is this just
actually,
based on?
aren't you to the point where you can't fail?
I mean, we've never been to Volodar,
I
so
know. I'm just.
Where was the bachelor party at?
it was. We landed at the zoo. I don't think we want to land at the
The
zoo.
zoo was not in Volodar.
Wasn't
Okay.
that in Arendelle?
Yeah.
So for
Oops.
Volodar, is that just viewed once and then I bump it up one above that, or what? Or not viewed once, description probably, and then bumped up one above that.
You have a description, so viewed once, yeah.
Haha, let's hope this doesn't fuck up. Jesus Christ.
Velios has never been to Volodar. Velios has read about Volodar as part of his studies when he was learning to be a smart.
Can't tell if the look on Hannah's face is good or not.
No, it's good. 86.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
we're on target. We're good.
Flipping switches in the control room. Okay. You make your way. To Volodar. You open the doors. And around you, you see you are in a... Not there. You are in a beautiful city. Most of what you see as you open the doors and look around you, you have landed in a random house's yard. It's not terrible. No one seems to be home at the moment. And an elven yard is quite expansive. isn't grass. It isn't just grass and stuff like that. It's a biome unto itself. They grow all sorts of different trees that fruit and blossom, and it's probably a good 300 feet both ways of this big yard that you're in. You're next to a tree. Step out, you can hear the, I guess, the bells from distant buildings. You look up, and there's these spires of white building. You can't tell if they're painted or if the material they're made out of is this natural white. You see silver, and then strikingly, what you notice is between the buildings, as you sort of make your way out of this yard and past this sort of impromptu mixed orchard, and step out onto the road where people are walking by. 99% of the people here are of Elven descent, almost all pure Elven. You do see a couple people that aren't Elven. You see a dwarf here, a couple gnomes, maybe a human. You also notice specifically there are, every once in a while you'll see a more sylvan, more fey individual, Eladrin, right now in the amber color of autumn. Between the buildings are banners. This violet colored sort of fabric that flaps in the air as you walk underneath them. The buildings here, 300 feet tall, 200 feet tall. Everything here is impressive. They've had a lot of time to build. They've had a lot of time to refine. It's very clean. People walk around and talk to each other. They glance at you, but don't really pay much attention to you. As you step through, carts take individuals. They're not carrying cargo, they're carrying people. You see a couple situations where there are floating platforms that move magically above the places where you walk and above these sort of hanging lavender sheets, where people are standing and talking and having sips of some sort of alcoholic substance out of long-stemmed glasses, as if they're floating social paths, I guess. There's money here, but it's not terribly stuck up. It's just very nice. People are smiling, people are laughing, kids are playing. As you walk under the lavender sheets, all of you notice a beautiful lemony lavender smell wafting off of them, perfuming the entire area, like fresh, like walking through a fresh field. In fact, it reminds you specifically, Bedfellows, of a little place with violet fields where you popped the question. Bedfellows, roll a history check. You walk past, you see shops, you smell food cooking, you see...
17.
Okay. You see stands where fresh fruit are being purchased by people. It's just a delightful place to be right now. You see, as you continue to walk, Bedfellows is able to look at landmarks and go, well, okay, it should be closer this way. And you start following Bedfellows. Looking around, you see people making flower crowns at a small stand and sort of setting them aside. You see these beautiful roadways, and as you follow Avelius, he takes a hard left turn. As you do, the roadway goes from the cobblestone that it's been to an opal, like an opalescent, almost made of pearl. And as you look down, you recognize the substance. This main road that travels straight to the capital that you can see through hundreds of these archways all the way down. This is snail glass from Flail Snails.
Amazing.
It is paved entirely. You look, each 10-foot section of this, 1,000 gold, easy.
Oh my god.
And it goes all the way to the capital, which has the main sort of buildings around it. You have a good 30-minute walk on your way there. There's food. There's jewelers. There's salespeople that sell fine clothing. If you want to stop and look at any of this stuff, you can. If not, if you're full business.
You'd almost think that the end of the world isn't coming.
They might not know.
No one, well, most people don't know. Or they have the
For them,
hubris
it's just
to
a
think
normal
it's
day.
not going to happen.
I think we should be all business.
God, a lot of me wants to not be business, but okay.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
their lives are on the line and we need to be all business.
You continue to move towards the capital, and there's this tiered structure that lifts up 800 feet in the air, 1,000 feet in the air, maybe. You can see it once you pass an archway. You can see the top of it, and then it disappears, and it just continues to loom and grow as you continue towards it. Beautiful structure. Ancient. And new. Seems they build atop it. You can see, as it's closer to the ground, it's sort of graying and not as clean. There's a legacy to this building. It's got character. It's got many spires that work up. It looks like 1,000 wizards got together and decided to make a collective wizard tower. Except it's very clearly elven design. There's these motifs and reliefs of silvery nature and the sort of swirling, sharp but curvy aspects to their buildings. Go ahead and make another history check.
Wow, 21.
All right. Avelios looks for a moment, thinks, and then takes a right turn, and you start following. Instead of these straight lines, you're still on this glassy, opalescent roadway, but it now curves around, and you begin going to the right. And eventually you see a Colosseum-like building, where it's obviously it's like an ovular type building with a sort of open space in the center, and it does have columns, but the columns are made of this sort of purple shell looking material. It's almost like, yeah, like purple seashells, like the inside where they're sort of glossy, except tall. You walk into there, following Avelias. You're pretty sure this is Armitage. Inside you see, instead of the normal people that are walking around in whites and grays and silvers and golds, people in here are dressed in more muted colors, more dark colors. Still beautiful robes, very, very comfortable clothes. Think very like Japanese almost, except a little more form-fitting instead of
So, like,
bulky.
Doctor Strange.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's
In the monasteries, are they?
yeah, it's got a people wear sashes, but it's more form-fitting on their elven bodies. A lot of people are over 6 feet tall here. A lot of them are very thin. Purples, blacks, these deep forest greens, still with outlines of silver, gold, maybe mithril. And you see, having a discussion, not in the center, but kind of near the front, in the corner. There's a large courtyard in the center where people are. Some of them are sitting down with one another, discussing things. You see people with spell books open everywhere. This looks to be like kind of Athenian philosopher gathering, but elf wizards. They're picking each other's brains, and you can hear talks of weave and planar travel and magic theory, and it's just very high level discussions of the philosophy of magic. You do see Xeno Alexis talking to what seems to be two younger elven individuals. Xeno standing there, hands sort of steepled and pensive, but smiling and having a conversation. In that deep blue robe with the gold trim, hair pulled back, very fair skin, tall pointed ears, their green eyes, almost like emeralds in the sunshine. Very beautiful individual. And next to Zeno, not having a discussion with the two, but standing there and patiently sort of waiting for the conversation to go, is a shorter female figure that looks very familiar, Avelios. This is Morlamine. As you begin to walk over, Morlamine catches your sight, taps Zeno on the shoulder. They look over, smile, say a couple words to the people, nod, and then walk over toward you. Ah, yes, hello.
Hello.
And then Morlamine walks over to the side and goes, Emperor?
Nice to meet you again.
And you as well. Zeno here tells me there is some need from you. How about we take this to a more private place?
I was going to suggest the same.
Excellent. I wouldn't want the general populace to worry. One moment. And then Zeno goes, takes a second, and everyone in? There's a teleportation circle on the floor.
Step in.
Okay, yeah. Step in.
Everyone steps in, including Cobby. You show up. And you are brought to you're somewhere up high. You all immediately, your ears all go boop, and sort of the pressure changes. There's a balcony. You could see clouds beneath you. You can see that you're standing sort of in a garden area. There's bushes of what look to be very well kept roses and other very, very colorful and fragrant flowers. There's one tall white tree in the center that seems to be fruiting these deep purple plums. You can see the flowers from this tree, the flower petals, are still down as there's sort of this violet carpet over this white stone. You see seating on the sort of a half circle of a couch on a balcony facing away from the balcony, so your back would be to the balcony, and they both sort of walk over and sit down, offer you a space.
Walk over and sit down.
Sure.
It's basically like being in a booth, except it's open air. You can see above you the blue sky. Again, clouds maybe 50 feet below you. You're up here. Well, welcome to my home. So, what can we... Thank you. What can we do for you? Would you require any refreshments?
I'm fine.
I think I'm okay.
She takes a moment. Galandil, refreshments, please. Galandil will be here with refreshments shortly. Zeno talks. Well, what do we need? Morlamin here is privy to the problems that we have been discussing in the past. We are trying to figure out a way to, well, frankly, avoid doomsaying and the problems that come with knowing the end is near, but also preparing people. There is a paradox to be, a line to be walked.
Well, there was just an attack to the south.
Ivory Drift is gone.
Yes, we are aware. We already have people examining the grounds. There were some
pretty
survivors
sure. Sorry.
found within the vaults of some of the banks that were below the ground. However, we do not know much else.
Well, we think we know where they are
And who they are.
and who they are.
Excellent. What is the verdict here?
The same creatures attacked Gygax a while back, and it seems to be led by a separatist movement of Illithid that are...
We have experienced, in fact, on a smaller scale, we had reports, not from there. Where was it? Apparently there was a... an issue, I suppose, in Arendelle. It was stamped out. There was a... I suppose there was a insurgency within the sewers.
I was the same at Gygax.
In the sewers?
Yes, in the sewers.
Were they
Beneath the city.
creatures that seem to never stop throwing themselves suicidally?
Yes,
Attacking?
strange creatures, yes.
So yeah,
Okay.
the same thing. So they came from the sewers.
This is
and
gonna
built
seem like a
sewers.
hard left turn, but what do you guys know about psionics?
Morlamin goes, I just have money. I don't know much about these things. And Zeno goes, well, there are sects of elven belief elsewhere on the planet that, in faraway lands, that dabble in such things. There are monasteries that have tried to harness the psychic energies. The problem is it usually needs amplification. Normal people have a hard time either generating enough to make it worth it, or dying in the process. So psionics is an issue within the magical disciplines. There are wow. Well, I am the head of the intelligence community within the Elven Empires. I'm going to tell you something that you cannot tell other people. It is national security paramount to the end here.
It's fair. Think we all accept that offer?
We There has been rumor for a long time within the Underdark communities of the Illithid of prophecy. But I think that is a lost in translation word. I don't think it is prophecy. What I think it is schedule. We have found an agent from the astral seas. He has refused to talk. He says, if I do not know the name of my enemy, then I cannot possibly understand what needs to be done. So,
He might talk to us then.
What if I can give you a name?
well, this is what I was hoping for. I have also heard rumors that you have come into contact with such a thing.
That is true.
However, granting you an audience is difficult. It is why I need Lady Mormaline. I can make it less difficult. Sadly, there is still bureaucratic holdover from the nobility that runs my countries. My poli. It is frustrating, to say the least. Yes, tell me. I'm related to all of them. It's quite frustrating. When you tell
Nobility
them
is never easy.
the end of the world is coming, and they feel as though they are untouchable within it. It's I don't believe they believe in the severity of the things. They think it is the lower classes. It's not the first time the end of the world has been come and gone without a problem.
You would think that to elves a few months would be like days to them, and they would take it more seriously.
It works in the reverse. Days are to be savored. It is... They think for a second. There is always time. It is just from living a soft life and a lack of understanding of what happens here. I wish for our system to change in the future, but for now, it is what we have to work with.
Well,
She speaks. Bottom line, he will need to be purchased. I can do the purchasing. I'm fine with that.
What do you require?
Well, I don't necessarily require anything. It's just more of a hope. Zeno looks over. We've been experiencing theft. It's been trickling for a while now.
Kind of theft.
The kind of theft you don't want. We may not have a great relationship with our Underdark brethren to the south, but the Drow have also experienced such a thing. They have stolen a weapon. And we believe it is what you saw in the Ivory Drift.
Those black sphere?
We need it destroyed.
I
so
think
you're
we might.
saying that they still have it?
Yes, there is a smaller version of this that we still have in our own holds right now. It is called a Sphere of Annihilation. It is a 2-foot black sphere. It kind of looks like a black hole, really, a void.
Not destroy everything.
I think we have something that might be able to work.
Well, what you saw, if it was capable of destroying the city, can you explain it to me?
It seems like it
I don't want to
was
give
able.
you a description. I want you to describe it to me. I need to know objectively if it was what it was.
It was I think about 4 foot wide black sphere that swirled. It wasn't a black
Spun.
hole. It spun, and it almost seemed to absorb a magical energy around it and then explode.
And as it got closer to exploding,
It
it got like a
it
loud
was
whining noise almost.
They look at each other. Yes. Yes, it is. It is what I thought. This is a. Is a weapon that should not have been made, but it was stolen.
clearly.
Well, it wasn't by me. It was prior to peacetime. It was about 1,000 years ago. It was going to be planted within the Dragon Kingdom, and well,
Well, if it's what we've seen, it probably would have worked.
you don't want to be in the way of that.
Do you know how it works and how to stop it?
Once it's used, it will stay right where it is, but it is no longer there, so they took it. Someone controls it, so they had to go back for it after it did what it does, which is annihilate all things. It doesn't take, it just destroys. I know how to destroy it, but it is not guaranteed. It could also be incredibly catastrophic. It
What's the option?
is a coin flip of sorts. Well, if the sphere comes into contact with a planar portal of some kind, or an extra planar space, bag of holding.
So, like putting a bag of holding inside of a bag of holding?
It is much worse than that. Or the gate spell would work. Portable hole would work. Something that is extra planar like that.
The
We
bomb
blew up our
suitcase that
carpet.
Sig made for me did that have a
Yes.
similar to the
Yeah,
previous
that's
one?
what it
Did it
was.
also have?
It's literally a bag of holding that.
It's a
Sure.
bag of holding in a
drops.
bag of holding,
No,
but
no, it drops into a portable hole. But yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have that.
you could take that apart and use it.
well, if it comes into contact with such a thing, the sphere could be destroyed. The sphere could just simply move into the extra dimensional space, which is fine. Worst case scenario, a spatial rift will open up, sucking anything within a radius into it and spitting it out into a random plane.
That's not good.
No.
Is there any way to mitigate that?
No. But I appreciate you asking.
I
I wish it were the way. It just depends on the interactions. It is a quirk of the magic.
You said that somebody controls it. Is there a way to take control of it?
Well, you would have to have a talisman of control.
So if we take that, we can technically control it.
You hear this sort of cling, 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 as this very pretty looking servant comes over in a silver dress and drops down refreshments. Thank you. See these blue wines and these fruit and cheese platter. I suppose if you could get the talisman, it could work. However, that certainly won't be a simple task. I imagine a person would be wearing that.
We kind of plan to go after the person wearing it anyway, so...
Well,
But if
either
we
way,
could
we
get-
don't want the talisman. We don't want it controlled. We want it destroyed.
I know, I'm saying if we could get it under our control, we could destroy it in better circumstances than...
A coin flip.
No, it doesn't help it.
No, I mean, like, we can prepare for destroying it
I guess, yeah.
in a safer place
Sure.
and have someone who can get back if they get sucked into another plane through the deed.
Anyways, part of what I think they're using it for is the only thing that does not get affected by the sphere or the effects are artifacts, strong magical artifacts.
Like paragons.
Exactly like paragons. It would leave it behind.
You know, because, well, it's kind of weird, but we've seen this before. And they burrowed their way through the vaults of Ivory Drift left behind and stole paragons left behind.
Different timeline, though.
Yeah, I don't know exactly if they had any there this time. It's weird to explain.
Not if you understand any of the way that time works in the weave. This does not surprise me.
Well, in this timeline, I don't know if Ivory Drift had the paragons that in the other timeline they had because
Well,
we
it's
brought them
it's
there.
irrelevant.
So,
It's already happened. Our focus is not Paragon. So this person, this captain of the astral seas, he is difficult.
Very.
He will give you an incredible hard time, but I believe he is willing to help. I have peered into his mind. I tried to get as much out as I could, but the thing that dominated him most was hatred for the Illithid.
I guess we have something in common.
Well, we know the name of the enemy that we fight,
Good.
so we also know where they might have a base here on our plane of existence. Seems like they're in the Yowling Fields.
Excellent. It's far away from...
They're gathering strong individuals there to turn them, and quite possibly setting up a base to push south when the end of things begins.
All right. Well, I think we'll take a moment. She looks over. Nods. Please, enjoy time here. We will be back shortly. I appreciate what you're doing. I hope this helps.
Appreciate your willingness to help as well.
They both get up. Walk away through these large silvery double doors on the end of on the other side of the platform here. You have a little bit of time to yourselves. What do you want to do?
Yeah, for some refreshment.
How do we convince an Illithid to squawk, basically?
Well, he hates the Illithid.
He's not an Illithid.
Oh. Said Captain of the
Mm.
Astral
Yes, he
Seas,
did. He
I
didn't
thought.
say Illithid.
Oh.
Correct. An agent from the Astral Seas, but if we know the enemy, which we do, maybe he'll talk.
Maybe we relate to him on our hatred for the Illithid.
He hates the Illithid. We hate the Illithid. We have
Wait.
common ground, which is good.
I wonder if he's one from the group of people that fought with them for a long time, that they created this whole mess to try to destroy. The Gith, I think it was.
I think that sounds familiar. Yeah, Gith.
Yeah.
That book that we found said that they basically were in a war and they created this to fight them. And if he hates the Illithid, it's possible.
Worst case, if he refuses to talk, I could telepathically connect with his brain and try and get information.
It's kind of dangerous. But
Probably. I've done it before, though, to multiple people.
okay, so we get information. Maybe he knows what's going on up here on our plane. Or has heard plans. if he knows about a schedule, then he knows probably when they're moving, when they're doing things. So,
Right, we have an order, but we don't have a schedule. It would be nice to get.
he might know the steps of the plan
If he
a
knows
little
the
more
steps,
detailed than we know.
then we can plan around their steps.
Exactly. Or at least we know what's coming.
Also true.
Try to be prepared. I'm a little worried about... I guess they said that they've experienced theft, and so have the drow. And the
Yeah, but you
drow
know
were...
what we found in the drowned archives.
But the drow are literally letting one of them just live down
Or
there.
they didn't know.
Could have been an inside job.
I mean, shit we stole from the drowned archives when we were like, you know, barely together. Like, I can't even imagine what these things could steal if they got, you know, if they really wanted it. Do we still want to reach out to the drow?
It seems like we might not have to.
We never did get around to asking for any items or anything.
We do need to
No.
still get, like, an immovable rod or something. Want to leverage those connections, buddy?
Yeah, when they come back, we can ask. I
Are
don't
we
want to
doing
ask too
this
much.
interrogation right now, I assume?
I guess we'll find
Once
out.
they-
Right now we wait.
The old man has no opinions.
Not really.
I thought you were captured by these creatures.
Yeah. Don't see how that changes what we're doing right now.
Well, if they had captured me and tortured me, I would have an extreme emotional response to such a thing. I would be enraged. I'd be in no talking mood. It is interesting. They place a tadpole in your head? Are you a spy?
We pulled it out of his head.
Came back out.
He's not a spy.
All right.
I'm still curious. So it does seem like it's not the fact that there is an existence of magic that's drawing danger. It's the fact that magical artifacts are what they're gathering, and that brought an attack to their doorstep.
Right.
We thought it was just too much magic in one place caused a disaster because we didn't know what it was, but they just used a weapon.
I mean, they were still hunting for magic.
Yeah, but we know why it happened and how it happened.
The doors open. And Zeno walks through first. They are still processing the inmate. There will be a little bit of time. You were speaking. I interrupted? And he comes and sits down. Grabs one of the cheeses. And...
Trying to just make sense of everything. I feel like we've just been grasping at pieces of this puzzle and it's kind of coming together.
We have a lot of threads, but nothing is definite.
Well, I've been thinking, should we warn people about magic?
Absolutely. It seems
Absolutely.
like if they are after magical artifacts, there needs to be a system in place to keep them isolated from a population. And there needs to be evacuation orders.
Isolated from a population? Or...
Like, locked down, kept safe, or destroyed if they're dangerous.
If we did
enough.
that, it would just be concentrating them in some other location, though, which would make it
True.
easier for them to be.
So, where do we want them concentrated? Is the question.
We could use it as a trap.
We could use it as a trap.
This is my thinking. But I do have an idea of where there's a vulnerability. There's a beholder?
Yes.
Soundtrack?
Yes, as you are aware. He deals in Arcana.
Yeah, he has a big tower
Big
full of
tower.
stuff. So that's gonna be a problem.
Well, luckily, beholders are very paranoid.
True.
Yeah, we've met him.
So, it could be worth trying to convince him to give his treasures over.
That'll be a tough one, but
Well,
he's smart. So
of
Well,
course.
would he either have his treasures or have his life?
he does have a son now.
Well, I have enough pull, and with the lady's help, I could easily sway a court to understand the gravity of magic items. Most nobility don't use many rare pieces anyways. They use quality of life things like prestidigitation and vanity.
Professor, could you, if we find a spot and we gather all of these magical artifacts to one place as like a trap, could you set up a warning system so we know when the trap has been sprung using the early warning system?
Probably. I already needed to hook it up to my mobile device, which would take a day.
You had discussed using the Walser Gygax before.
Mm-hmm.
We'd have to get everybody out of the city. But we do have a giant pit in the middle of the city.
I'm sure I could hook something up wherever we decide. It would take time.
That's so many people suddenly displaced.
Where are they gonna go?
Right.
That's the problem.
Where do they go? How do we feed them?
How do we get them to the place they have to go? That's
Well,
thousands of people at this point.
if you can get back your friend, the Akron surely has access to people that can create food. Magical sustenance has been used in sieges for millennia.
We were talking about a last-minute evacuation plan. We feel like if we moved everyone out, they wouldn't attack, because it would be an obvious trap. Do you think that would matter, though?
What I think is that Gygax is larger than the radius of the annihilation. I think if you put everyone to the outskirts of Gygax, where the wall is between them and the outside, we protect Gygax the same way the nest was protected. We force them to meet us where we want them. I can bring forces there.
If we remove
But I am worried that they are not going to attack one single city.
Exactly. I feel like they'll make their way down.
We are talking about things that end planes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But we need as many people gathered together to help us get to whatever the center of this will be.
I think it might be time to consider letting the world know.
I think I agree with you.
We can't have people in their small towns being slaughtered. The walls of the citadel once held millions of people. Maybe it could make do in the short term.
So we have everyone go to the city then.
Everyone will have to pick.
I mean, as many people as we can shelter.
I do not mean to sound crass or cold or uncaring. Assume anyone we don't invite inside dies.
That's
Yes.
a lot of people.
It's either that or everybody.
It is a sprawling place. Half of the continent's population lived there at one point. And then half of that got wiped out, so we could fit a lot.
We'd have to start moving people, like, now, if we...
We'd also have to consider the rest of the world. We cannot take everyone in.
Are there other strongholds that...
Of course there are. Minehelm would be an ideal place for some people to go, of course. We'd have to interface with the dwarves. Justice is probably strong enough to hold. So the dragons will have their own fight.
Maybe if we get Egner.
I do have contacts in some of the other places. There's a strong order of there's an elven community of Bedfellows to the west. We'd have to make sure that everyone... I don't even know who to contact in Moravar. I will handle that. We will handle that. You worry about getting people safe now. Also consider we will need bigger armies. Any allies that are possible are there. You will have as much as I can give you, of course. There will be an element of people that will not want to leave the Elven Kingdoms, and I will have to defend them here. Or at least a portion will have to defend them here. I don't know if I will be able to join you in that fight.
Is it any safer with the drow?
The drow would be a safer place, yes. Anywhere underground?
I know that there's bad blood, but there's got to be some sort of elven unity in taking shelter against this.
Maybe so.
The Elven Kingdoms might be the first to see this.
It's my worry. And although the nobility here sticks their noses up, the Orcish peoples to the north of us are good people. They are a different culture, and we don't mesh very well, and that is okay. There's ancient disdain for no reason between the two groups.
Well, we need to find a guide in the Orcish.
You may not need a guide.
Why's that?
I believe our inmate will be able to help you.
Oh. I should probably get to that as soon as possible.
Well, we are just waiting for them to arrive. Doors open.
Timer.
You see 4 silver armored elven guards with their long sloped helmets that swoop up, wings on either side of the helmet. Very, very well equipped. Silver long swords, bows. They seem to have some sort of magic to them as well. And you see in shackles being dragged forward. A blue-robed individual without shoes, walking forward. Taller than the rest, maybe 7 feet tall. Very thin. A deep yellow skin. You see markings along the bald top of his skull. Like tattoos, maybe? Or very symmetrical birthmarks. You see long fingernails that are black. Long gray hair that goes down both the front and the back. Metal earrings that line these long yellow ears that have hair on them as well. Sort of a nose that stops. It doesn't have a point. This is a GIF.
I was right.
Yep.
The facial hair starts here and goes down, and then starts here and goes down. All gray. Looks up. Why don't you get these shackles off of me? Or I'll kill you all. Yes, please. We are safe here. Nods. The soldiers take the shackles off. You can see a little a hiss as they open up. You recognize these as dimensional shackles, binding him to the plane. So, you're responsible for freeing me.
That is correct.
Why?
I think we might have a common interest.
Go on. Eric Cochran.
That is correct.
Interesting.
I've been told that, you don't like the Illithid people.
To say it softly,
It's more than that, isn't it? It's
they
been a
are
war.
my sworn enemies. I am to hunt them down. It is my duty to die while killing them.
And they
Well,
made a
If
weapon
I
to
take
kill
my
your
last
people?
breath outside of a fight with one of them, or a group of them, I have not done my duty.
So, we've heard that if you don't know the name, then how can you understand what needs to be done?
Yes, this fool did not know what he was fighting.
Well, how does the name Zilladek sound?
You impress me. The creature known as Zilladek has become their god.
That creature is eating through planes as we speak.
That creature has been eating through planes long before you ever spoke.
Well, we may be able to stop it.
We will dine on the hearts of these fools together.
That sounds like a good plan.
For a long time, I thought these tentacled beasts were all the same. And then I met one of the extremists. Mind shattered, rambling incoherently, savage, wanting to feed, wanting to not eat for itself. It was emaciated, it would starve. They give everything they have to their false god. But their false god gives back strange abilities. Strange creatures have started to attack.
Oh, the creatures that you were thinking of, we've already dealt with one. With an attack. And they've been here as well.
I am the only one who's seen him.
Zilladek? Or the man with the bronze mask?
I don't know what you speak of with this bronze mask. I have seen the beast myself. He is a titan. Easily destroyed all of our ships. We fought a war on the dark side of one of the moons many decades ago. As I lie there, they did not notice me. I had calmed my mind. I had prepared for death. What I saw was beyond the nightmares. And he wasn't even fully grown. It's gotten worse in the last 50 years. It started to push closer. We fought it on the astral seas. Their time is different. It slows. They fed him other planes. They figured out how to make him grow. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it was made, but it absolutely resembles advanced ceremorphosis. If you are not prepared to fight, everything will be consumed.
Well, what better way to get prepared than to be helped by someone who's been fighting it his whole life?
Well, I was cast here because I failed my mission. And then these stupid elvish nothing people put me in their cage. Ignorant.
Are there more survivors?
Are there more Gith? Yes, I am outcast. The only way is for me to die in battle against these foes. But they have to take it from me. I will not give them the satisfaction.
I think
we have
every
a couple
warrior.
of. Sorry.
You're good.
We have a couple of friends we need to rescue from their clutches so they don't become like them. And we need to take a weapon back from them.
And also, every warrior deserves an honorable death, not to rot away in a cell.
Well, where are they at?
The Yowling Fields north of here.
Ah, the ice facilities.
So you know.
They have been dormant for some time. They must be getting closer to their goal.
Their plane is close to consumption itself. So.
He's not. How do you know which plane is up?
We
We found a list.
found an order.
Are they on schedule?
Yeah.
We've actually bought a little bit of extra time, but seems like they're following as close to the schedule as we know.
Okay. I can get close by. Let me know whenever you want to go there. I'll
Be soon.
teleport us.
Well, shit.
Even better.
Zeno talks. Do you need anything else from me?
Nothing other than what we discussed and getting people to know the truth.
Maybe an immovable rod?
Oh, there
An
is that.
immovable rod?
We have a
yeah.
plan.
Maybe some of those, maybe some shackles.
I have...
Dimensional shackles or
Or even just
teleportation.
What?
anti-teleportation shackles.
The Geth speaks up. What kind of teleportation?
It's like a shield.
Psionic, maybe?
A psionic
Psionic
shield.
teleportation?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very hard to stop. it does not interact with the weave is in the same way.
Maybe the glue wouldn't work then.
We were
Well,
gonna just glue him to something here.
luckily all my magics are psionic as well.
Okay.
That was very beneficial.
You will see much my abilities soon, but I cannot stop his teleportation if that is what you need. But well, maybe we could. I don't have anything that stops teleportation or shackles like that as are for the prison. I do have a think of it as instead of an immovable rod, it is very similar, but we use it for keeping prisoners in the spot. It goes on the back, around the shoulders, and around the waist, like a
So they can
four-legged
get her.
spider.
Oh,
That could work.
That would be very helpful.
yes.
Well, okay. Reaches into their side, goes into their bag of holding, pulls out a small disc with it's silvery, and it has sort of a dial on the back of it. This sort of hands it over to one of you.
Alenia is probably.
Yeah, I'll hold on to that. So, how does this work exactly?
Turn the dial as it's placed on a back, and it will hold
Do the
someone
work
in
for you?
place.
And it holds in place just like an immovable rod where they...
Same magic, very simple.
Okay. This is perfect, actually, so thank you.
Sure.
We might get another very valuable prisoner soon.
Well, I hope so.
It's for the person who led the attack on Ivory Drift.
And also possibly Gygax.
And also possibly stole the sphere.
And, yeah, raised an army of undead in a forest.
Committed mass murder.
You weaklings
list goes on and on.
have allowed one illithid to ruin so much.
He's not an illithid.
Now that I have my freedom back, I will take care of this threat for you.
I love
I
him.
wouldn't underestimate them.
Best taken alive.
Did we ever get his name?
No.
No? Well, if you're going to be traveling with us, I am Bedfellows.
I'm
Hi, Silly.
Elenius.
Professor.
Okay.
And your name
Something we should
is...
probably use.
Jar.
Jar.
Not jar. Jar.
Jar.
To roll your R.
Jar.
Jar.
That's fine. We'll get there.
You'll get the kinks worked out.
We'll get there.
ZJARR. With an apostrophe after the Z.
We'll get there.
Very phonetic. You should have been able to spell that. Come on.
Yeah, totally.
Jar.
Oh, spelling, yeah.
We'll make an effort.
Well, I can return you if you like, so that you can get to your box.
Yes.
Sure.
Nice.
I will deal with my courts and see what we can do. We'll keep people as safe as we can.
I appreciate the help.
There will be no need. We will kill them all.
I love him.
I'll have to. Evelios, we need to talk after this as well. I have ideas.
She's going to break up with you.
We're not. What? He's married.
It was a joke.
Okay.
This is okay. Sort of walks over and looks at Kabi. I have killed many illithid.
Oh no, they're gonna be besties.
Yes.
Have you eaten the hearts? I have not. We will dine on illithid hearts shortly, my friend.
Hell yes.
Oh no.
Hell yes.
Okay. Well, I am ready. I have all I need.
Let's get back.
Teleportation circle on the ground. Please.
We'll start heading towards. I don't know.
Okay. You are taken to the courtyard. Not far from where you were, but this is the official teleportation circle. And you walk out. You take a couple steps, and then behind you, 3 more people come to the same teleportation circle. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. You walk to the Hartnell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You experience the same stuff?
It's gone. What?
Big ass city?
Somebody's mad that there's a dead square of grass.
You get to the yard that you parked in. And there's, as you get closer,
Oh no.
there are 2 elven officers. You can tell because of their blue robes and breastplate.
Hey, Kev.
And one of them has a piece of paper and is currently writing.
I'm gonna walk up. Hey,
fucking.
Yes.
Where-
Is this? Hello.
What are you doing?
Well, this structure seems to be illegally placed upon this. I was currently writing out a spell scroll to get rid of it.
You know, I can move this immediately for you. You don't
so this
need
is
to
yours.
I happen to pilot it. Yes, and I will move
Pilot.
it.
It looks
If
as though it is from a lower class town. It looks like a lavatory.
It's a disguise. It's supposed to look innocuous. Most places it looks innocuous. Anyway, I'll just move it.
Disguised what? And you see them both move towards their hips.
You don't want to do that.
Do you want to see?
It's okay.
It's just it's like a living space.
It's
That
I live
moves.
in here.
You live inside the lavatory.
may I reach into my
It's
pocket and get a key and unlock
nicer.
it and show
we are
you?
not to that point of the conversation yet.
It's
Would you like me to dine on their
nicer.
hearts?
No,
No,
no.
No.
I could
If you
easily.
guys would like,
They
to
would not
just-
even fall to the ground dead before I took the first
it's-
bite.
This is a bad thing to say right now. This is such a no. Don't.
He's a little okay. If you guys want, just contact Zeno or Lady Morlamine, and I think we could just get everything all figured out. Okay.
Roll a persuasion check.
Come on, rich privilege. Let's go.
Alright, I'm good at persuasion. Yeah, easy. 25.
Lady Morlamine, you say?
Correct. I'm Emperor Huiso.
I do think that's a crown. They sort of step back for a second. Did we fuck up? I think we fucked up. We'll let you off with a warning this time. Please do not park your lavatory on other people's property. If you need a place to keep your structures, there is a public market that you can rent a space for a gold per day, if you'd like.
Okay.
Don't let
Thanks.
it happen again. And then they walk away. Good job.
They were
Way to
they were
save
totally
face.
scared. I think
They've
they
never
realized,
had elf heart before.
I think they realized who you were at the last second. Let's
Yeah, that was a
go.
close one.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
we should just get out. That's my white owl privilege right there. That's what that was.
I'll unlock the door and let everyone in.
If you were a Kenku,
Man,
you would have been stabbed to death.
I'm shocked that you didn't fucking pull a "Do you know who I am?"
Do you know who I am?
So you get in the Hartnell. Are we headed to their destruction now?
Is there anything else we needed to do before we go?
I mean, this kind of cuts out our middle stop, so no.
Yeah,
We
we
have
got
a
our
routine.
stuff.
we have a guide.
We need warm clothing.
It is incredibly cold there. I will be fine.
I've already got. I got a.
You have clothing available in the Hartnell. You just gotta tell me how cool you look.
That's true.
Is that where you're headed right now, though?
I think so, yeah. I'm good with it. Unless we didn't want to go to the Drow now, so
Yeah.
pretty much
We
got
We
what
did
we
need to
need.
go get a guide.
And then our
for
next
him.
stop after that was our guide, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, might as well just go.
Yeah.
Since he knows the location, I guess I'll show him how to, basically pump a teleport into the Hartnell to get it to move to where we're going.
I'm gonna get like a fur-lined outfit.
You're lucky because he can only do it if he does it through his psychic link.
Oh.
So that's how the Hartnell links up with you. We use similar technology in our ships.
Yeah, my people had some interactions with your people back in the day. I think we have some similarities in the stuff we were doing. It's
Interesting.
they're probably all dead now, so it's fine.
That kitty cat is basically a shadow. It's like looking into a sphere of annihilation. Except
She
all
is
it
a
annihilates
sphere of
is sausages.
Kibbles.
Seriously, she's so fucking void.
It doesn't.
Literally,
it
all you
doesn't-
could see, because she has a sore right now, you could see that instead of her.
I forgot she had a sore. That's right.
Yeah.
She was snuggling with me earlier.
It's compromised.
Okay.
The weak spot.
Well, I am not very suited for cold weather, so I hopefully you have good clothes for me.
We should have warm stuff.
All right. I will place us a little bit away. How far do you want to be? We don't want to be right on top of this.
Far enough away where we can hide the box. And
Well, I don't know exactly where the facility is, but I know ish where it is. We're going to go to one of my safe points.
Okay. I mean, basically, we're gonna bring the box there and then sneak.
There is a small Gith shipwreck that I have used for shelter before. Once.
Do you know how far away it is from the facility?
It can't be that far. The reason there's the shipwreck is because they were there, so. What I can do from then is look for signs.
Okay.
Sure.
We'll start
Okay.
there then.
Okay. Puts his hands on the console. This is my only one I can do today, so if you want to rest, I understand.
Sure.
And we are in the tundra. Do I have music for tundra?
Just use the new Destiny soundtrack.
I can't use it. Do I have...
It's a joke.
Do I have... You made a joke?
Wow.
Whoa. Wowzers.
Wow, you are.
I do have something. I do have a thing.
This is the heaviest purr.
It's just the heaviest cat. The purr's
She
normal.
is. Whoa. Hi.
We are here. And as you sit down, you look on the monitors. And in every direction, white blowing snow. On the horizon you see, to the north, you see some black peaks eking out of the snow with enough wind to blow the snow off and reveal the rock. And then very nearby you, sticking out of the ice about a third of the way, you see the back end of what looks like a craft of some sort. It weirdly resembles kind of a normal ship with like a cabin in the back, but you can see as it's sideways, there's an apparatus sort of up and flapping in the air. You see this sort of three-pronged fin with broken fabric, like sails, but no longer in use, obviously. We can stay in the box, or we can go in there. I prefer probably to stay in the box for the night if we can. But we should get up early. The sunlight does not last long here.
Are we just spending the rest of the night here then?
I think we ought to. I don't know how long a journey we will have outside of this, so...
Okay.
Smart.
Just a little worried about time.
I understand that, but Time is not the enemy anymore. It is the cold. But we will warm ourselves with the corpses of our foes.
Kind of in, yeah. No, I'm good with that. I'm ready to kill some illithid.
Good.
Oh yeah.
The best way to kill an illithid is quickly and quietly. Aim for their heads.
Done.
Destroy the brains. Well. Is there anything else you need to know?
How
I
long
think
does
I'm
it
good.
usually take for them to turn someone? With their...
A strong-willed person can hold out for quite a time. It is the law of constitution that you have a hard time with something like this. A normal person, 3 days. Someone who travels with you, much longer. Double, triple. And that's from the point they put the tadpole in. So... Well... Tomorrow we can pick the spell jammer clean. See if there's anything of use inside. And then we will head out into the wastes. Do any of you know of any dangers? I am not necessarily from here.
Well, that makes two of us.
We know that
I just know it's very dangerous.
there are tales of undead that roam here and other monsters, but
Alright. Easy.
that shouldn't be too much of a problem if we run into it.
Good. It will just slow us down and make us waste resources.
I do have one more question.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a non-illithid communing with their god, Zilodek?
With their god? From what I am aware of, it has reached out and tried to influence before. I would not be surprised if it had some outsiders working on its behalf.
Definitely does.
It is well known that mind flayers often have thralls or workers that work for them. I would not be surprised to see that this Zilodek works in a similar way. Ah, yes, my friend. It seems to mirror the actions of its lower cousins, but
On a bigger scale?
well, not just bigger. It is more powerful in general. It is able to bestow powers upon others on a massive scale,
Does it also
like a
just-
god. Does it also
Do they-
what?
Do they do it of their own will, or are like thralls? Are they just possessed?
Well, it depends. Both.
Okay.
Sometimes it is a beneficial deal, like you may see an Underdark illithid is likely to have symbiotic or partnerships with semi-intelligent monsters. Yes, I have seen them Umber Hulk. I have seen them work with all sorts of Underdark beasts that at least you can communicate with. As sort of the mind flayer will tend to take the intellect and the brain and offer the items or corpse to the others. It is a kind of commune of sorts. Commune of violence. The Illithid like to do biology experiments to see who they can use the tadpoles on, but also, strangely, apart from these extremists who seem to be very into the communal aspect of living, many Illithid are competitive. They don't necessarily enjoy the company of one another, which is why it's so easy to slay them. They are stupid. I have killed 47 Illithid myself.
So you're saying that these are different and that they don't spread out quite as much?
In my experience, the zealots of Zilidek tend to share space more often.
So be prepared for a lot. Okay. We have a plan. We need to capture an individual. We need to capture a weapon he controls. And we need
kill
to
as
get
many
two people
mind
back.
flayers.
So you want me not to kill this individual?
No. You can have all the Illithid you want.
This is a
Trust
fair
me.
deal in exchange for my freedom and my honor. I should have died many years ago. I am disappointed in myself.
Well,
But-
maybe you can see this to the end.
And now you have a chance of stopping the one thing your people hate the most.
Other than each other.
You don't have that hatred if Zilidek still exists.
You have not met a Githyanki. I am a Githzerai. Githyanki
I
or
have
trash?
met one. Fair.
There's two different groups.
To call them a group spits on the ground. They are nomads. Without discipline. They are pirates. Scum. I would kill them all the same as I would kill any mind flayer.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's take it back a
Extreme.
couple notches.
I feel like
This
that
is
kind of
worthless.
attitude is what started this world-ending threat, so...
You know, that's fair.
And this attitude will finish it as well.
Also fair. Can't argue it.
Alright.
I will punch them through time itself. Why are you laughing?
I'm very excited to watch this.
You can't. It's just funny imagery. I don't know.
Why?
It's just a very extreme example of what you want to do to them. The implication that you could literally punch someone through time. It's funny.
But I can't do that.
You can punch someone through time with your fist.
Yes.
How would that work?
That's fascinating, actually.
I think we're about to find out soon.
It causes incredible psychic damage. It is a
Maybe you
long-held.
should...
It is a
learn from it.
long-held secret of martial art.
When you say you punch, what do you mean you punch them through time?
You punch
They
them
move.
through time?
They move through time forward.
Punch them and they they age rapidly, or they like disappear and then reappear sometime in the future.
They reappear in the future, having missed a moment of time because I punched them so hard. It is called a temporal strike. I punched them in the core of essence so severely that their corporeal self has to follow their astral self into the future where they experience the pain I have wrought on them.
To be clear, I've spent my entire life trying to crack time travel, and you punch motherfuckers through time?
Only forward.
Okay.
Very
To be
briefly.
fair, we went backwards like thousands, so.
I have never heard of such a thing.
Oh,
You will have to tell me. You will have to tell me tales of your exploits, as we dine on the hearts of these illithid scum. Do you prefer cooked or raw meats? I like mine
Neither,
raw
actually.
Yeah, do you want to get meat?
and still warm from the cavity from which you harvested it.
I like these visceral descriptions, but
I don't know if there will be
It's a
much
lot.
heart left of them when we are through.
or
I
when
think
you know,
that
how do you
have-
eat them when you punch them through time? I'm
Their
curious.
dead bodies show up in the future. And
So
then
you
I
just
rip their rib cage open and steal their hearts.
Wow.
And if I'm lucky, the last beat of their heart happens in the palm of my hand.
Cool.
Yep, that checks out. Huh.
Okay, I'm gonna go handle a thing and before we turn in for the night. So
I will
Yeah.
meditate.
Go get a drink.
there's food in the bar down the hall.
I am not
If you-
interested in food. I am
Drink?
saving
Alcohol?
room.
Alcohol. If you like drinking.
I am fasting until I can dine.
Okay.
He sits down on the floor right where he is, right in the middle of the console room. Crosses his legs, goes like this. Breathes in. And then floats up 3 feet.
All right.
And then just sits there
Okay.
suspended. What did you want to do?
I wanted to
Last call into session.
message Alexander
Okay.
again and ask him where is he before I
Where is
Go off on a
Alexander?
yeah, like where is he right
Thanks,
now?
Tom.
I'm gonna tell him it's important. I'll just say it like this. I think it's time now to evacuate. Get people to Gygax. And they need to know what's happening.
Roll a persuasion check. It's not very high. He's your dad.
Bro, I'm glad it's not very high because I just rolled the lowest I could roll. But that it's still a 20.
You have a plus 19.
I have expertise in that one skill. That's it.
Which is
Nuts.
plus 12 on top of your plus 7. So yeah, 19.
Nuts.
That'll do it.
Yep.
With a natural 1, you get a dirty 20.
Just
What are we, level
really,
18?
Really charismatic. Yeah.
That's a 39 with a nat 20.
That'll do
Yep.
it.
You can
Yeah.
persuade literally anybody. Doesn't
Persuade
matter.
a mountain to tip over. So, so how natural 20s works, DMs, you're dumb.
It's my
So,
best skill.
seriously, if you let someone with a natural 20 do whatever they want, then you better let someone persuade inanimate objects to do shit. Like rocks move. And a rock goes. So there's a moment. Okay. Me and Vala will make sure that everyone's safe. We'll start a convoy and we should be there within the week.
If any of them are interested in fighting, tell them to gather at Sky Point.
Do you want
And-
us to send word to Marengo and Tinto?
Yeah. Anywhere that you can get word
Marengo
out.
will be easy. Tin Top.
We have plans to go there later, but
Okay.
worry about the small towns, villages, farms. Get as many people as you can. Coordinate with Delric. And if anyone wants to volunteer to fight, tell them to go to Sky Point. And my commander will be there waiting for them.
You are so different. All right. Will do. I love you. Be safe.
Love you too. Alright. That's that handled for now. Wanted to get a head start on that. They should be able to get most of those people headed towards Gygax before we can even make it there, so. We just have to worry about Ten Top.
Anybody else need anything?
I'm just gonna start
good.
working on for the overnight another wand. Working on the wand.
Okay. That took 5 days?
Yes,
How many days in are you?
I think this is day number 2.
Nice. Okay. All right. Think about what that looks like, because it'll look like whatever you want after that's done.
Can Professor just make us clothes for the...
Yeah, you just have clothes. There's been a wardrobe for normal stuff. Nothing with magical properties.
I basically just want my shit, but
Well, think about it for next.
Fur
We'll
lining.
tell you. You can think about what your designs are for next session because we're at 4.5 hours. So.
oh yeah.
Does anybody else want to do anything before the end of the sesh?
I'm good.
I'm just gonna head to the bar and set the Kraken on the countertop in front of me, get a few fingers of bourbon, and sit and drink for a bit.
Okay, set the Kraken down. Fingers of bourbon. And then you see a little purple tiefling hologram.
Oh,
Shit.
Hey! How's it going?
Does it matter if I respond? Is it all pre-programmed?
Leaving pre-programmed.
Okay, no, so you do. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, no, I clean up around here. You've seen me before.
Oh, yeah, I just...
Yeah. Hey, so, looks around. Slides you over some pills. So, Professor's got some party drugs here. Just saying, keep these on you, and, if you could convince her to take them at some point so that I can feel something, I wouldn't hate that.
Oh my god.
Convince.
For a hologram.
Convince.
We also
Hey, you want
share a
these
little bit of a
pills?
psychic link here, and there's I can share. It's yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm sort of a manifestation of her consciousness. As you can see, I'm the one with the addiction, so
Right, no, I remember.
It wouldn't bother me at all, and I mean, just there's free bourbon in it for you in the future, if you know what I mean.
Thought it was always free.
Ignore that. I'm gonna start charging you. I don't know. Please, it just would make me feel very nice to feel.
Wow.
Present hasn't gotten into BDSM simulations.
Yep.
There's so much to unpack here right now.
Not really. There's just 2 pills. You unpack them and drop them in one of your
Oh my
drinks,
God.
or just be very convincing. It's just a little ecstasy.
Bro.
She won't know what hits her until it does.
Fuck boy!
Technically, you're drugging yourself.
I know, but like, you're such a fuck boy.
I don't know how gray the morality is here right now.
It's not. It's golden.
It's uncharted territory.
It's very charted. There's a map and everything. And the X is her mouth hole. Actually, you could probably pick any hole, but as long as it starts firing synapses in her brain, that's really all that matters. If you can figure out another way to do it, by all means, teleport it into her. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, you're a good kid, and sort of touches your face, but doesn't really, like an Italian person. And then goes, "All right, enjoy your drink." And then,
Thanks. Wow.
That was fucking weird.
I'm just gonna keep drinking.
all right. So, as the Hartnell parks itself upon the Arctic ice shelves of the north, wind blowing, snow drifts around, bone-chilling cold, with your Gith murder time punch guy and Kabi. We'll end the session here, and we'll pick up next time as we travel forth. So excited.
Bring your warm clothes and your blankets and grab a hot chalky next time.
Grab a hot chalky. So there's no
With some
meme.
marshmallows.
There is no meme drop tonight. N Block is busy. So the only memes that will happen are memes from anyone who isn't that person. So
Big booty?
maybe large booty.
Maybe
has
some
of that.
vellum action?
Maybe some Balam. You never know. You never know with these people. There's all sorts of talented individuals in our community. If you'd like to be part of that community, there's a little Discord. You can do that.
Work faster.
Work faster.
Yeah, Big Booty said that they're working on it. I said work faster.
Oh. Yeah. So thanks for hanging out. We had a long streaming tonight, but we got a lot done.
Plans.
I feel like
I wrote so many notes.
I feel like layers
much
of
RP.
the onions are coming out.
And I love it. Tonight felt really good.
Yeah, it
I
felt
feel
really
less
good.
stupid today.
Good. So we'll pick back up. We're reaching a point in this campaign.
All coming together.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off
Oh,
with
we
your
can.
shackles and your glues.
God, if we pull that shit off, like, and our spider wrap.
You all did a good job. We'll see what happens. Make sure to. It wouldn't be terrible to have a dialogue about what spells you ought to be preparing, and what between the two of you. Well, yeah, because you both prep spells. So
Don't worry, I got mine prepped.
good
We
job.
talked about it earlier today. So,
I don't believe
little
Kabi preps. Kabi just knows spells, right?
but now that we know we're on a
I have
different
no
plane
idea
of
how rangers
existence,
work.
Rangers just know spells, right?
Rangers just know them. They don't
That's what I
prep
thought. Okay, so I guess we'll see. Gonna be fun. Looking forward to it. Also looking forward to campaign 2. So if you're
Yup.
if you're new here or anything like that, and you're like, what the fuck's going on? No worries. When this ends, you'll be catching session 0 of campaign 2 sometime in the spring or summertime. Hopefully we all have vaccines at that point and we can all make out with each other without getting Rona. That'd be
Gross.
nice.
God, that would be so nice.
God, I would love to be able to lick the inside of one of your faces without having a cough. Mmm.
Leading to your ultimate dating sim where you get to date everyone
Like a
at
Tootsie
once.
Pop on the inside.
Alright.
I just
gonna
wanted.
go
I
with
just wanted
that.
all the things that are happening on Hannah's screen.
No.
That's just all. That was all the goal right there. As everything
Wow.
that's occurring right there, the
I think Evan's
disgust,
right now winning the dating scene.
worry, the how do I get out of this friendship, the all of it. That was beautiful.
Gone.
All right, I love your faces. Have a wonderful night.
Bye.